Every day, life tosses us challenges, some big, some small, some that turn our world upside down. We face people who test our patience, situations that stir up insecurities, and circumstances that seem entirely out of our control. But what if you could approach all of these with an unshakable calm? Picture this: a life where your inner peace isn't rattled by anyone or anything, where you carry a quiet strength that commands respect, and where you handle stress with such grace that others wonder if you have some secret power. And here's the truth: you do. Throughout history, some of the greatest thinkers, leaders, and visionaries have tapped into a wellspring of inner power, one that isn't swayed by the storms of life. They didn't need perfect circumstances or constant applause. Their power came from within. The ancient Stoics, people like Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, knew that real control doesn't lie in bending the world to our will. It lies in learning to command our thoughts, our emotions, and our reactions. It's not about changing the world, it's about changing how we respond to it. Imagine stepping into each day knowing that no argument, no setback, no insult could shake you, that you possess a kind of mental armor against the demands, dramas, and distractions of modern life. This isn't just for a select few either. Anyone willing to commit to cultivating these Stoic principles can achieve it. It's a power that comes not from winning every battle, but from mastering yourself to the point that you don't even feel the need to fight. At its core, this philosophy is about finding calm in chaos, strength in silence, and wisdom in life's most challenging moments. But unlike some lofty ideals, Stoicism isn't about retreating into a mountaintop cave or living a life without joy or excitement. It's about finding a way to live fully while keeping a steady, centered heart. It's a practice of becoming so deeply grounded in your values and inner peace that life's ups and downs no longer toss you around. Many people think control means controlling others, telling them what to do or expecting them to act a certain way. But Stoicism takes a different path. It's about controlling the one thing that you truly can: yourself. By focusing on mastering your own mind, you can transform your entire experience of life. Your relationships improve because you're no longer ruled by anger or jealousy. Your self-worth grows because it's rooted in who you are, not in what others think. And your day-to-day becomes a lot less stressful because you're not constantly reacting to every bump in the road. The Stoics believed that we have the power to choose our thoughts and responses. We don't have to be at the mercy of every fleeting emotion or knee-jerk reaction. They knew that true power comes not from controlling the world, but from controlling how we meet it. How does this work in practice? It's about learning to create a mental space where peace and clarity can grow, a kind of sanctuary that's always within you, no matter what's happening outside. It's about letting go of the need to be right or to prove anything to anyone. Instead, you can focus on your own growth, embracing a kind of quiet resilience that becomes your greatest strength. This approach to life gives you the tools to handle anything. You'll begin to recognize that things like frustration and resentment only hold power over you if you give it to them. You'll learn that there's a calm power in silence, a way to command respect by simply being steady and unshaken. And in this process, you'll find a sense of freedom that goes beyond anything money or status could buy. Think of it this way: every person you encounter, every challenge you face, and every setback you experience becomes an opportunity to grow stronger. You'll no longer dread difficult conversations or feel the need to defend yourself in every disagreement. You'll know how to step back, observe, and respond with wisdom instead of getting caught up in the emotional noise. This is the Stoic way, a way to live on your terms, undisturbed by the tides of everyday life. At first, it might sound too good to be true, but these Stoic practices are not based on theory alone. They've been tested, practiced and refined over thousands of years, guiding people to greater peace and strength through some of life's most challenging periods. From ancient philosophers to modern-day achievers, people have used these principles to find stability, build resilience, and navigate life's storms with dignity and clarity. This isn't about becoming detached or cold-hearted. It's about cultivating a steady strength, an inner sanctuary that keeps you calm when the world feels out of control. When you feel anchored in this way, life becomes a lot less intimidating. Decisions become clearer, relationships become healthier, and obstacles become stepping stones rather than roadblocks. Learning to control your life doesn't mean life suddenly becomes easier, but it does mean you become more prepared for whatever comes your way. You stop feeling like a passenger being tossed around by forces outside your control and start feeling like the captain of your own ship. Even in stormy weather, you steer with a steady hand, confident in your ability to navigate whatever comes. Imagine waking up each day with this sense of calm determination. When people try to test your patience or pull you into their drama, you simply don't engage. When circumstances shift and plans fall apart, you adjust without missing a beat. And when you face the unknown, you approach it with a quiet confidence, knowing that you have everything you need to handle whatever unfolds. At a time when so many are struggling with stress, doubt, and overwhelm, these Stoic practices offer a roadmap to a life of inner peace and purpose. They give you the clarity to focus on what truly matters, the courage to set boundaries that protect your energy, and the resilience to face life's inevitable challenges with grace. If you're ready to step into a life where calm and confidence are the norm, where control isn't about force but about inner strength, then these principles are for you. With each practice, each choice to respond rather than react, you'll find yourself feeling lighter, stronger, and more at ease. You'll discover the freedom that comes from knowing that no one and nothing can shake your peace. And that's the ultimate control. As we move forward, think about what it means to carry true influence. Not influence that shouts or demands, but one that is grounded, quiet, and profoundly unshakable. This power isn't flashy. It doesn't draw attention through force, bravado, or words. Instead, it radiates from within, affecting everyone who comes near. In a world full of noise and attention-seeking, few things are as powerful as someone who embodies inner stillness, a presence that speaks louder than words ever could. When someone embodies silent strength, they become a force of nature. This kind of influence leaves others feeling both calm and inspired, like a steady lighthouse that guides ships without ever moving from its place. This presence isn't about controlling others. It's about being so clear in who you are that people feel compelled to follow you without a single word spoken. Stoicism teaches us how to cultivate this quiet influence, creating respect without needing to ask for it, to lead without telling others to follow. It's about the impact that comes from simply being. At the core of this silent power lies a simple yet challenging truth. Real influence starts with self-mastery. The Stoic philosophers were keen observers of human nature, and they understood that trying to control others is futile, yet mastering oneself can transform everything. If you have a steady mind, you can create an environment where others feel steadier too. This doesn't mean being indifferent or distant. It means embodying a calm that gives others permission to be calm, a discipline that inspires others to be disciplined, a clarity that encourages others to find clarity within themselves. One of the most powerful aspects of silent strength is how it creates a sense of mystery. When you don't give away everything with words, you leave room for others to reflect and think deeply. This sense of mystery isn't about manipulation. It's about allowing people the space to arrive at their own insights. In a world that constantly overshares, holding back can create more intrigue and respect than laying everything bare. People feel drawn to those who don't seek approval or rush to explain themselves. When you're comfortable with silence, you exude a confidence that doesn't need validation, and others pick up on this unspoken assurance. The practice of silent influence often starts with listening. Truly listening is rare. Many people are waiting for their turn to talk or thinking about how to respond. But a person who genuinely listens, who absorbs what others are saying without the need to immediately respond, has a rare and powerful influence. When people feel truly heard, they're naturally drawn to the one who listened. Your silence, when intentional and thoughtful, becomes a reflection of your respect for others. It allows you to hear more than words. You can sense intentions, emotions, and understand more deeply. By listening fully, you're not just hearing others, you're connecting on a level that most conversations rarely reach. This connection creates trust, and trust fosters influence. There is also great strength in restraint. This is one of the defining characteristics of the Stoic approach to influence. Restraint, in this sense, isn't about repression or avoidance. It's about knowing that you don't need to react to everything, that you can allow some things to pass without engaging. Many people believe that responding quickly or passionately is a sign of strength, but Stoicism teaches that real strength often lies in the opposite. Holding back, staying calm when provoked, or choosing not to escalate a situation shows a deep inner strength that others find hard to ignore. This doesn't mean suppressing emotions. It means channeling them in a way that doesn't lose control. In this, your silence becomes a powerful statement, saying more than words ever could. Another key aspect of silent influence is consistency. People are naturally influenced by what is constant and reliable. If you can show up in the same steady, grounded way regardless of circumstances, people will notice. This type of influence doesn't come from one grand gesture. It's the product of day-in, day-out reliability. The Stoics believed that character is shown not in moments of ease, but in moments of difficulty. When you consistently respond with calm, integrity, and patience, you communicate a message that is far more impactful than any words could convey. People learn that they can trust you because you aren't swayed by every passing emotion or situation. A person with silent strength also cultivates a powerful sense of inner clarity. Stoicism emphasizes knowing oneself deeply, understanding your own values, and living in alignment with them. When you have this clarity, you can move through the world without being pulled in every direction by others' opinions or expectations. This clarity doesn't just serve you, it also affects those around you. When people see someone who knows what they stand for and doesn't waver, they feel safer and more focused themselves. This silent clarity is a reminder to others that they too can find steadiness within, rather than seeking it in external validation or fleeting trends. True influence through silence also involves a deep respect for others' autonomy. Stoicism teaches that trying to control or change others is a path to frustration. Instead, you influence best by embodying the values you wish to see, leading by example, and allowing others the freedom to choose their own path. When people don't feel pressured to follow, they're more likely to be inspired to. By showing respect for others' independence, you create an environment where people feel valued and empowered, which only strengthens your influence. One powerful way silent strength manifests is through presence. Presence is the quality of being fully there, physically, mentally, and emotionally. In a conversation, this means you're not distracted, checking your phone, or thinking about your next move. You're fully engaged in the moment, giving your attention to the person or task at hand. This kind of presence is rare in a world full of distractions, and it has an impact. People feel valued when they have your full attention, and this presence creates a natural influence that words can't replicate. Through this presence, you show that you're not just passing through life's moments, but engaging with them fully, and this presence is felt by those around you. At the heart of silent influence is also a deep humility. Stoicism teaches that real strength doesn't need to prove itself, doesn't need applause, and doesn't seek recognition. Silent influence is about being grounded in something deeper than ego. When people sense this humility, they feel more comfortable, more open, and more trusting. They know that you're not here to compete or to show off, but to be authentic and present. This humility fosters respect and inspires others to be genuine as well. A person with true silent strength doesn't boast. They let their actions speak, and this quiet humility is one of the most powerful forms of influence. In practicing silent strength, there's also a sense of detachment that frees you from overreacting to others' opinions or actions. Stoicism emphasizes the idea that we can't control what others do or think, only how we respond. This detachment isn't about becoming indifferent, it's about holding your peace without allowing others to disturb it. When you cultivate this kind of detachment, you develop an inner fortitude that can't be easily shaken, and people feel this strength. They recognize that you're someone who doesn't get easily rattled or offended, and this calm resilience becomes an unspoken form of influence. Another part of silent strength lies in the ability to endure. Life will test you, and people will observe how you handle adversity. Stoicism teaches us to view challenges as opportunities to strengthen our character. When you endure hardships without complaint, you show others what resilience truly looks like. Endurance, in this sense, is not about passivity, but about active engagement with difficulty, choosing to bear it with dignity and composure. This ability to face adversity without breaking, without drawing attention to the struggle, creates a deep, lasting respect in others. In the end, silent strength isn't about winning people over or seeking admiration. It's about being so grounded in your values, so clear in your purpose, that your presence alone encourages others to rise to that level. It's about creating an environment where people feel more themselves, more focused, and more inspired. By embodying Stoic principles, self-mastery, restraint, presence, humility, endurance, you naturally influence the world around you, not through words, but through the quiet power of example. This influence doesn't fade or wear off with time. It deepens, leaving a lasting impact on those who come into your life. And as you continue to cultivate this silent strength, you'll find that not only does your life become more centered and meaningful, but that others are drawn to this same path of inner mastery and quiet resilience. Through the power of your presence alone, you lead without needing to say a word, creating an invisible influence that moves others toward their own strength. Just as silent strength lies in our quiet presence and restraint, there's a profound wisdom in what is left unsaid, in the spaces we choose not to fill. Many people chase after fulfillment by adding more achievements, more relationships, more possessions. Yet, the true art of living well sometimes involves a very different approach, finding richness in the simplicity, in the gaps, in the very absence of things. This might sound counterintuitive, but there's a kind of beauty and clarity that reveals itself when we step back, when we refrain from filling every void, and when we embrace life's negative space. Negative space is a concept well understood in art, where it's the empty spaces that highlight the subject, giving it depth and definition. In the same way, our lives have a kind of negative space, moments, relationships, and experiences where less is more, where the absence of certain things can bring clarity and purpose. This approach, as the Stoics taught, is about appreciating what we have by not cluttering it with more. It's about finding value in simplicity and learning that we don't need constant activity or possessions to feel whole. In this way, Negative space becomes a tool for inner peace, helping us focus on what truly matters. One of the most powerful ways to embrace negative space is by appreciating stillness. In a society that often glorifies constant movement and productivity, we rarely pause to appreciate moments of quiet. Yet, stillness allows us to access deeper layers of thought, reflection, and connection with ourselves. By intentionally allowing room for stillness, we give ourselves the chance to recharge, to reconnect with our values, and to let clarity arise naturally. Without the noise of constant motion, we can listen to the quieter truths within us, truths that often get drowned out by the busyness of everyday life. Another dimension of negative space in life is the art of letting go. The Stoics often spoke of the importance of release, releasing attachments to things, people, and outcomes. When we practice letting go, we create a mental and emotional space that frees us from unnecessary burdens. This isn't about ignoring responsibilities or distancing ourselves from others. It's about recognizing what we no longer need to carry. Letting go doesn't leave us with emptiness. It leaves us with openness, a sense of lightness that allows room for new growth. By letting go of what doesn't serve us, we create a space where genuine fulfillment can grow. Choosing simplicity is also a form of embracing negative space. There's a tendency to equate a meaningful life with a busy one, filled with as many experiences, goals, and possessions as possible. Yet, Stoicism teaches that simplicity brings a kind of freedom that complexity can't offer. By simplifying, we gain clarity on what truly adds value to our lives. This isn't about deprivation, it's about choosing to focus on what genuinely enriches us. When we remove unnecessary layers, what remains becomes even more significant. Relationships, possessions, and experiences are all approached with a deeper appreciation because they're no longer competing with excess. Our relationships can also benefit from the principle of negative space. Often, we feel pressured to fill silences, to keep interactions constantly active or filled with conversation. However, silence in relationships can foster a deeper connection than words ever could. Silence allows us to understand without interpreting, to be present without analyzing. It creates a space where authentic understanding can flourish, where we're not imposing our thoughts, but are allowing ourselves to simply share in someone else's presence. The value of negative space in relationships is profound. It creates an environment where connection happens naturally, without the pressure of constant engagement. A similar approach applies to our relationship with ourselves. Many people feel the need to constantly push themselves, to always be improving, striving, and changing. But in leaving some space for simply being, we find a deeper acceptance of who we are. By stepping back from the compulsion to always do and letting ourselves just be, we connect with our authentic selves. This isn't about abandoning growth. It's about acknowledging that growth also happens in quiet moments, in self-reflection, and in giving ourselves the grace to not always be in motion. This space, this pause, allows us to touch our own inner calm and to appreciate the peace that exists beyond constant striving. Another aspect of embracing negative space is in decision-making. Sometimes we rush to make choices, filling every moment with action to avoid feeling uncertainty. But there's wisdom in the pause, in taking time to allow decisions to settle before acting. This space before a decision is where clarity often emerges, where we can weigh options without the influence of impulsive emotions. When we create room to consider without rushing, we're more likely to make choices aligned with our values. The Stoic approach to decision-making values patience, understanding that what's left unsaid or undone in the moment can often reveal the best course of action. In our daily routines, too, there's room to appreciate negative space. Many people pack their days with activities, leaving no time to pause or rest. Yet, the spaces in our day, moments of calm between tasks, breaks that we allow ourselves, time set aside for reflection, are where much of life's richness lies. These pauses aren't wasted time, they're essential to maintaining balance and perspective. By intentionally creating gaps in our routines, we prevent burnout and give ourselves time to reconnect with our priorities. This space makes each task more meaningful because it's no longer just one in a continuous stream. It's part of a balanced whole. Another powerful application of negative space is in the realm of personal boundaries. Just as an artist defines a subject by what they leave out, we define ourselves by the boundaries we set. By choosing what we say no to, we clarify our values and create space for what truly matters. Boundaries are not about isolation. They're about creating a clear sense of self and respecting our own limits. When we have the courage to say no to demands or requests that don't serve us, we give ourselves the gift of time and energy to invest in what aligns with our values. This, in turn, strengthens our sense of purpose and presence. Embracing absence also applies to how we process emotions. Stoicism teaches us to acknowledge our feelings without being overwhelmed by them. Instead of filling our minds with over-analysis or judgment, we create space to simply observe our emotions, allowing them to come and go without attaching to them. This approach, known as detachment, doesn't mean ignoring emotions. It means respecting them without letting them control us. When we allow emotions to pass without resistance, we experience a kind of freedom that brings peace. We're no longer controlled by our reactions, but are grounded in our own calm center. One of the most significant areas where we can apply negative space is in our thoughts. Many people's minds are filled with constant chatter, worries, and overthinking. But by practicing mental discipline, we can clear out the clutter and create a mental space where peace and clarity reside. This doesn't mean forcing thoughts away. It's about gently letting go of those that don't serve us, creating room for calm and focus. This mental space isn't empty. It's filled with potential, with the kind of clarity that allows us to see things as they are, without the noise of unnecessary worries. Negative space can also be a powerful tool in our goals and aspirations. Instead of constantly adding more to our list of achievements, Stoicism encourages us to focus on fewer but more meaningful pursuits. By clearing away superficial ambitions, we create room to pursue goals that resonate deeply with us. This approach doesn't limit our potential, it strengthens it by aligning our efforts with what truly matters. When we're not driven by the pressure to accumulate accomplishments, we find fulfillment in the quality, rather than the quantity, of our achievements. Even in how we approach life's pleasures, there's value in restraint. Instead of filling every moment with sensory stimulation, we can choose to savor simplicity. When we embrace minimalism, not just in possessions but in experiences, we find a joy that's unburdened by excess. This simplicity is not about denying ourselves pleasure, but about finding a deeper appreciation for the pleasures that do come our way. By choosing to experience rather than consume, we develop a lasting sense of contentment, one that's based on quality rather than quantity. As we engage with the world, embracing absence helps us develop humility. By not inserting ourselves into every conversation or situation, we practice stepping back and allowing others to shine. This humility isn't about diminishing ourselves, it's about recognizing that we don't need to be the center of everything. In allowing others space, we cultivate a sense of balance and respect for the contributions of others. Our influence becomes quieter but more profound, fostering deeper connections and a sense of community without the need to dominate or assert ourselves. Through embracing negative space, we also cultivate resilience. By not clinging to every success or failure, we allow life's natural flow to move through us without resistance. This detachment doesn't make us passive, it makes us adaptable. When we don't rely on external outcomes for our inner peace, we become resilient to change, able to weather setbacks with calmness and grace. This resilience, rooted in an acceptance of what we cannot control, gives us the strength to move forward regardless of circumstances. The art of finding meaning in absence, as the Stoics taught, offers us a path to inner freedom, a way to create a life that's both full and unburdened. Each moment, relationship, and experience becomes richer when we allow space for silence, simplicity, and self-reflection. Embracing what's left unsaid or undone isn't a limitation. It's a liberation, an invitation to live a life of depth, clarity, and true fulfillment. By cultivating this practice, we not only enhance our own lives, but create a ripple of calm and purpose that reaches far beyond ourselves. This quiet yet powerful approach offers us not just peace, but a deep and abiding joy that fills every empty space with meaning. Just as embracing negative space allows us to live more fully with less, cultivating self-immunity grants us the power to guard our minds from unwanted influence. Many people navigate a world where emotional manipulation is all too common, subtle but powerful, as individuals try to influence others for their own gain. This manipulation can often be quiet and insidious, slipping past our defenses when we least expect it. Stoic philosophy, however, offers a unique approach to building a mental shield that preserves our peace of mind and integrity in any situation. It's a way to stay rooted, unaffected by external games or tactics, allowing us to respond rather than react, to observe without absorbing. To practice self-immunity to emotional manipulation, one must first understand what manipulation looks like. Manipulation often takes the form of subtle pressure, guilt-tripping, flattery, or even the silent treatment, tactics designed to elicit a specific response by targeting emotions. By becoming aware of these tactics, you can identify when someone is trying to steer you emotionally and disrupt your calm. Recognizing manipulation in its early stages is a critical part of immunity, as it empowers you to distance yourself from its impact. Developing this skill means observing interactions carefully, paying attention to underlying motivations, and trusting your intuition without immediately reacting to emotional cues. Emotional manipulation often works by exploiting vulnerabilities. Therefore, a key part of self-immunity is strengthening your inner foundation, the core beliefs and values that guide your actions. When you have clarity on who you are and what you stand for, others find it difficult to sway you with emotional appeals. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our principles and to make decisions rooted in logic and integrity, not in the fleeting pull of emotions. By solidifying your values, you build a kind of mental armor, a firm sense of self that is hard for others to penetrate. This foundation allows you to resist manipulation because your actions come from within, not from external influences. A powerful practice in developing self-immunity is cultivating emotional awareness without attachment. Emotions are natural responses to stimuli, but they do not define who we are unless we let them. When someone tries to provoke an emotional response, we have the choice to observe the feeling without letting it take control. By viewing emotions as passing experiences rather than personal truths, we retain our power over them. This doesn't mean denying emotions. It means understanding that emotions are signals, not commands. We can acknowledge them, understand their source, and then decide how, or if, they deserve a response. This practice fosters emotional resilience, making it easier to recognize manipulation and choose a calm, deliberate reaction. Practicing detachment is another effective way to build resilience against manipulation. Detachment doesn't mean indifference. It means creating a mental space where your self-worth isn't tied to others' opinions or expectations. Many forms of manipulation rely on making you feel inadequate, guilty, or overly responsible for another's feelings. By cultivating a sense of detachment, you allow yourself to engage with others from a place of empathy rather than obligation or defensiveness. When you aren't attached to outcomes or others' approval, emotional manipulation loses its power because you're not emotionally invested in pleasing others or avoiding their disapproval. Instead, you make decisions based on what aligns with your values and integrity. A further component of self-immunity is developing patience and the power to pause. Manipulation often thrives on immediate reactions. Whether it's a response to guilt, flattery, or anger, manipulators often seek a quick emotional response. By cultivating patience, you give yourself the gift of time, the ability to pause and reflect before responding. This pause creates space for clarity, allowing you to examine the situation objectively rather than reacting impulsively. In that moment of stillness, you can assess the true intent behind someone's words or actions. Practicing this pause helps you to approach each situation with a clear mind, allowing you to respond thoughtfully without letting emotions cloud your judgment. Another key strategy is the power of silence. Often, manipulators rely on constant verbal engagement to keep control of a conversation or situation. By choosing silence, you remove the manipulator's ability to feed off your reactions. Silence also allows you to observe more clearly, to see through any attempts to sway you emotionally. This quietness demonstrates inner strength, signaling that you won't be easily moved by emotional baiting. Silence is an assertion of control, a reminder that you are under no obligation to respond just because someone wants you to. It provides you with the space to stay grounded, offering a calm that disarms manipulation efforts. Additionally, learning to recognize and navigate social dynamics can further your self-immunity. Not all manipulation is personal. Often, it's part of social patterns or expectations that try to push us towards certain behaviors. By recognizing these patterns, you become aware of the subtle pressures that might otherwise go unnoticed. This awareness allows you to navigate social interactions with clear boundaries, where you decide how much energy to invest and where to draw the line. When you're attuned to social dynamics, you're less likely to internalize subtle pressures, and you can make choices that protect your emotional space. To resist manipulation effectively, self-validation is essential. Many people seek validation from others, which makes them vulnerable to manipulative tactics that exploit this need. Practicing self-validation means finding confidence in your own judgment, trusting yourself, and valuing your worth without relying on others' praise or approval. Self-validation strengthens your resolve, allowing you to face situations with an assurance that doesn't waver in the face of others' opinions. When you are grounded in your own worth, attempts to manipulate through flattery or criticism lose their impact because they do not alter your self-view. This inner assurance creates an immunity to manipulative tactics aimed at your sense of worth. Another powerful practice is cultivating self-control over reactions. Manipulation often aims to provoke specific emotional reactions, whether it's guilt, fear, or insecurity. By mastering your reactions, you deny manipulators the satisfaction of seeing you respond in predictable ways. This self-control doesn't mean suppressing emotions, but choosing how to express them. By remaining calm and deliberate, you demonstrate a strength that signals to others that they cannot easily push you. This practice of self-control acts as a shield, creating a buffer between you and those who seek to sway your emotions. Building resilience also involves learning the art of assertiveness. Manipulators often target people who struggle to assert their needs or boundaries. By cultivating assertiveness, you communicate your boundaries clearly, showing that you respect yourself and expect the same from others. Assertiveness doesn't mean aggression. It's a calm, steady expression of your values and limits. When you can assert yourself confidently, manipulation tactics such as guilt-tripping or pressure lose their effectiveness because you have already established where you stand. This assertive stance empowers you to make decisions that align with your well-being, creating a natural barrier to emotional manipulation. Another aspect of self-immunity is discerning the difference between empathy and obligation. Manipulators often use emotional appeals to create a sense of responsibility, making you feel as though their happiness or well-being depends on your actions. While empathy is a valuable quality, it's essential to recognize when it's being used against you. Self-immunity involves setting boundaries around your empathy, knowing that you can care for others without feeling responsible for their emotions. When you understand that helping others doesn't mean sacrificing your own peace, you're less susceptible to guilt-based manipulation. This balanced empathy protects both your kindness and your emotional space. Self-immunity also requires a commitment to self-reflection. Manipulation often succeeds because it preys on unacknowledged insecurities or doubts. By regularly reflecting on your experiences and examining your emotional triggers, you gain insight into areas where you might be vulnerable to manipulation. Self-reflection allows you to recognize patterns, to understand your motivations, and to build a clearer sense of self. This practice doesn't make you cynical or overly cautious. It makes you aware, providing you with the tools to navigate emotional interactions with a steady mind. With self-reflection, you develop a deeper understanding of your values, which guides your responses and strengthens your immunity. The Stoics also emphasize the importance of inner peace, a state where you are content within yourself and thus less reliant on external validation. Inner peace is a powerful defense against manipulation because it keeps you centered, calm, and focused on your own purpose. When you cultivate inner peace, you become less reactive, less prone to seeking approval, and more resilient in the face of external pressures. This calm detachment doesn't mean isolating yourself. It means finding a steady source of contentment that isn't dependent on others. Inner peace, once established, acts as a fortress, an unshakable state of being that protects you from manipulative influences. Maintaining a clear sense of purpose serves as a strong foundation for self-immunity. When you know what you value and what your goals are, you're less likely to be sidetracked by others' agendas. Purpose provides direction, keeping you focused on what matters most to you. Manipulation often seeks to pull you away from your path, to have you prioritize someone else's interests over your own. By staying connected to your purpose, you build a natural resistance to these attempts, allowing you to engage with others without compromising your own priorities. Purpose becomes a guiding light, making it easier to recognize and resist any tactic that doesn't align with your true path. Building self-immunity is not about creating walls. It's about cultivating a strength and resilience that protects your emotional integrity. Each of these practices, from self-awareness to purpose, serves to reinforce your inner peace, your clarity, and your sense of self. With this Stoic approach, you develop the capacity to navigate relationships, conversations, and conflicts without losing yourself. It's a way to move through life with confidence, to engage without entanglement, and to stand firm without confrontation. Through these practices, you create a life where your emotional state is yours alone, immune to the pressures and manipulations of others. This is the essence of self-immunity, a calm, resilient state where you are free to live on your own terms, guided by your own values, and untouched by the emotional games that others may try to play. Having developed a solid immunity to external manipulation, the next step is to cultivate an internal environment that nurtures clarity and calm, a kind of mental real estate devoted solely to peace. This mental space isn't something we're born with or given. It must be built with intention. In today's world, filled with noise, distractions, and a constant stream of information, creating mental space is essential. Without it, thoughts run wild, stress takes root, and clarity becomes clouded by worry and overthinking. But with Stoic techniques, we can reclaim our minds, creating a sanctuary for stillness and focus, free from the chaos of daily life. The Stoics taught that our minds have an enormous capacity for peace and clarity, but only if we manage them wisely. One of the first ways to cultivate this mental clarity is through selective focus. In a world where endless things demand our attention, choosing what to focus on is a powerful act of self-control. Selective focus means prioritizing thoughts that serve our well-being and consciously ignoring those that bring stress without purpose. Not every thought deserves attention, and not every worry merits a response. By training the mind to filter out noise, we reserve energy for what truly matters, building a mental space that is calm and purpose-driven. Another powerful Stoic technique for building mental real estate is setting boundaries on our thoughts. Just as physical spaces have boundaries to prevent unwanted entry, our minds can benefit from establishing boundaries to keep out unnecessary distractions. This mental boundary isn't about forcing thoughts away, but about gently reminding ourselves to return to what aligns with our peace and values. This process involves noticing when our thoughts drift into unproductive areas, such as needless comparison or dwelling on past mistakes, and redirecting them toward thoughts that reinforce clarity and focus. This boundary acts as a guard for the mind, creating a kind of mental sanctuary that preserves peace. One of the most effective ways to cultivate this sanctuary is through practicing stillness. Unlike simply sitting in silence, Stoic stillness involves a conscious quieting of the mind, a deliberate slowing down to notice thoughts without letting them spiral. Practicing stillness allows us to observe our thoughts as they pass, helping us recognize patterns that disrupt peace. When we sit with stillness, we realize that many thoughts are just passing, temporary reflections of daily events that need not affect our well-being. This quiet observation not only calms the mind, but also reinforces the understanding that thoughts don't have to control us, creating more mental space for what truly brings peace. Another essential element in building mental real estate is practicing detachment from outcome-based thinking. Many people experience stress because they tie their happiness to specific outcomes or achievements. By practicing detachment, we free our minds from the endless cycle of what-ifs and expectations. This doesn't mean giving up on goals. It means releasing the need for outcomes to define our peace. Detachment allows us to invest effort in our goals without becoming consumed by their results. This mental space creates a kind of freedom where we are no longer tied to the anxiety of future events, giving us room to enjoy the present and focus on what we can control. The Stoics also emphasized the power of perspective in creating a clear mental environment. Perspective isn't just about seeing situations differently, it's about creating distance between ourselves and our thoughts. By developing perspective, we learn to view thoughts objectively, as if observing them from a distance. This practice helps us avoid becoming entangled in every fleeting thought or emotion. It enables us to see thoughts as temporary events rather than fixed realities, giving us the power to choose which thoughts to keep and which to let go. With perspective, we create mental space that is spacious, open, and resilient against intrusive thoughts. One practical approach to perspective is reframing challenges. When faced with stress or uncertainty, reframing allows us to see obstacles not as threats, but as opportunities for growth. This shift in thinking releases the mind from feeling trapped by challenges and opens up space for solutions. Reframing encourages us to look beyond immediate difficulties, focusing instead on what we can learn or gain from each experience. By consistently reframing challenges, we cultivate a mindset that sees obstacles as temporary and manageable, freeing the mind from unnecessary stress and creating room for resilience and calm. Another Stoic technique for creating mental clarity is focusing on the present moment. Much mental clutter comes from dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. By centering our attention on the present, we stop feeding these distracting thoughts. Present-focused thinking involves fully engaging with whatever we are doing right now, whether it's working, resting, or interacting with others. This presence brings clarity because it anchors us in the moment, grounding the mind in reality rather than hypothetical scenarios. In this way, focusing on the present becomes a tool for clearing mental clutter, building a space where we can engage fully and with a peaceful mind. Practicing gratitude is another powerful way to cultivate mental real estate. When we shift our focus to gratitude, we replace thoughts of lack, worry, or comparison with appreciation. Gratitude has a calming effect on the mind, reminding us of what we have rather than what we lack. By regularly reflecting on gratitude, we train our minds to see abundance instead of scarcity. This habit creates a mental environment that is content and peaceful, free from the anxiety of wanting more or fearing loss. Gratitude builds a foundation of mental space that's centered on fulfillment, clearing away the noise of dissatisfaction. Visualization can also help in building a clear mental space. This isn't about fantasizing, but about creating a mental image of peace and focus. Visualizing a place of calm, whether it's a quiet garden, a serene mountaintop, or a gentle river, helps the mind return to a state of clarity whenever it starts to drift into overthinking. Visualization acts as a mental anchor, a reminder that peace is always accessible. This practice trains the mind to retreat to calmness whenever chaos threatens to take over. Over time, visualization becomes a tool that creates a steady, reliable source of mental peace. Another vital practice is decluttering thoughts through self-reflection. Many thoughts linger in our minds simply because they go unexamined. Self-reflection helps us identify recurring thoughts, questioning whether they contribute to peace or simply add to mental noise. This reflection allows us to clean house mentally, letting go of thoughts that don't serve our well-being. Regular self-reflection cultivates a habit of mental housekeeping, where we routinely clear out unproductive thoughts, creating space for clarity and purpose. This isn't about overanalyzing, but about gently recognizing and releasing thoughts that disrupt peace. Breathing exercises can also aid in cultivating mental clarity. Slow, deep breathing calms the nervous system, reducing stress and helping the mind enter a state of calm. This breathing acts as a natural reset button, grounding the mind in the body and restoring a sense of clarity. With each deep breath, we signal to our mind that it's safe to relax, creating a break from the tension of intrusive thoughts. Over time, breathing exercises become a powerful tool for clearing mental space, providing an easy, accessible way to calm the mind whenever it becomes overwhelmed. Setting intentions is another technique that can help create mental real estate. Intentions focus the mind on specific goals or values, giving it direction and purpose. When we start each day with a clear intention, we give our minds a framework within which to operate, reducing distractions and unnecessary thoughts. This practice isn't about rigid goals, but about aligning the mind with what matters. By regularly setting intentions, we create a mental environment that is purposeful and directed, making it easier to dismiss thoughts that don't contribute to our desired outcomes. Physical activity also supports mental clarity by releasing stress and grounding us in the present. Activities like walking, yoga, or gentle exercise help the mind release pent-up energy, creating space for clarity. Physical movement distracts the mind from overthinking, bringing it back to the sensations of the body and the moment. This shift in focus acts as a natural way to clear mental clutter, providing a sense of refreshment that can't always be achieved through thought alone. By engaging the body, we give the mind a chance to rest, creating a mental environment that's both peaceful and grounded. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of rest and sleep in creating a clear mind. A tired mind is more susceptible to stress and overthinking. By prioritizing rest, we recharge the mind, giving it the energy to handle challenges with clarity. Sleep acts as a natural cleanser for the mind, helping to process and release unnecessary thoughts. In this way, rest is not a luxury, but a necessary part of mental clarity, creating space for peace by allowing the mind to recharge fully. Prioritizing rest strengthens our mental foundation, making it easier to maintain clarity throughout the day. Cultivating a sense of purpose is essential for mental clarity. When we know what we're working toward, we naturally let go of thoughts that don't align with that purpose. Purpose acts as a mental filter, helping us prioritize and dismiss distractions. By connecting with our deeper goals and values, we create a mental environment that is both focused and peaceful. Purpose provides a direction, a sense of why, that simplifies our thoughts, bringing clarity to each decision and action. This focus on purpose becomes a kind of compass, guiding us through life with a clear, uncluttered mind. Through these Stoic techniques, we can intentionally create a mental space that isn't burdened by unnecessary thoughts, allowing us to experience life with a clear and peaceful mind. By cultivating this mental real estate, we don't just find moments of calm, we build a lasting foundation for clarity, resilience, and inner peace. This clear, spacious mind becomes a sanctuary, a place we can always return to, no matter what the outside world brings. With a mind fortified by peace and clarity, we are better prepared to face one of life's most challenging elements, unpredictability. Life rarely unfolds according to our plans, yet Stoicism teaches that uncertainty need not be a source of fear or stress. Instead, it can become a path to strength, resilience, and self-discovery. By embracing unpredictability, we shift our mindset from resistance to acceptance, transforming unexpected events into valuable lessons. This approach doesn't just help us cope, it enables us to grow, to find new paths, and to develop the confidence to navigate any unknown with grace and determination. The Stoics viewed uncertainty as an essential part of life, something that, while beyond our control, could actually serve our personal growth. One powerful Stoic approach is learning to see uncertainty not as a threat, but as a teacher. When faced with unexpected situations, rather than resisting, we can ask ourselves what this moment is here to show us. This shift in perspective allows us to turn moments of unpredictability into opportunities for self-reflection and learning. By approaching life with curiosity instead of fear, we turn even the most unexpected challenges into pathways for growth. A key technique for embracing uncertainty is focusing on what can be controlled. The Stoics were masters of distinguishing between what is within our power and what is not, a practice that brings peace and clarity to situations where the outcome is uncertain. When we focus our energy on actions within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, our choices, we ground ourselves, reducing the anxiety that comes from obsessing over things we cannot change. This focus empowers us to take deliberate actions in uncertain times, creating a sense of stability even when the world around us is in flux. By concentrating on our responses, we transform unpredictability from a source of stress into a stage for practicing self-mastery. Another way Stoicism helps us harness the power of unpredictability is by encouraging a flexible mindset. A rigid mind struggles to adapt to change, clinging to familiar routines and plans. But a flexible mindset allows us to pivot, to adjust our actions without losing our purpose. Flexibility is not a sign of weakness. It's a skill that enables us to respond to life's twists and turns with agility. Embracing change as a natural part of life, rather than fearing it, allows us to flow with it, making adjustments that keep us moving forward even when plans fall apart. This adaptability, grounded in purpose but open to change, turns unpredictability into a source of resilience. The Stoics also taught the value of preparedness as a way to embrace uncertainty. This doesn't mean anticipating every possible outcome, but developing a mindset that remains ready for whatever life may bring. Preparedness involves cultivating inner strength, resilience, and calm, so that when the unexpected happens, we're not taken off guard. By preparing ourselves mentally and emotionally for life's unpredictability, we create a foundation that allows us to face challenges calmly and confidently. This readiness isn't about expecting the worst. It's about building the courage to face any situation without fear. Preparedness becomes a buffer, helping us greet uncertainty not as a disruption, but as a familiar companion. Practicing acceptance is another essential technique for transforming uncertainty into an ally. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It means acknowledging what we cannot change and choosing to respond with calm and clarity. When we accept uncertainty as part of life, we release the need to control every outcome. This acceptance brings a profound peace, allowing us to focus on the present rather than worrying about the unknown. By embracing uncertainty, we let go of resistance, creating mental space for clarity and resilience. Acceptance frees us from the stress of wishing things were different and empowers us to fully engage with life as it is. Learning to find stability within ourselves also plays a vital role in handling unpredictability. When our sense of stability is tied to external circumstances, we are constantly at the mercy of change. But by developing inner stability through self-knowledge, purpose, and self-respect, we create a source of strength that doesn't waver with every shift in life's circumstances. This inner stability acts as a calm center, allowing us to navigate life's uncertainties without feeling lost or ungrounded. The more we cultivate this inner stability, the less affected we are by the unpredictable, for our peace and purpose come from within, untouched by the chaos outside. The Stoics also encourage us to embrace uncertainty by viewing setbacks as part of the journey. Rather than seeing obstacles as disruptions, they viewed them as stepping stones. Every setback carries a lesson, an opportunity to grow or to see things differently. By changing our perception of obstacles, we no longer fear uncertainty, for we know that even the unexpected has value. When life presents challenges, we can approach them with a sense of resilience, knowing that each hurdle strengthens us. This mindset doesn't make obstacles disappear. It transforms them into valuable experiences that build character and wisdom. Gratitude is another Stoic technique that can transform our relationship with unpredictability. By focusing on what we have rather than what we lack or fear, gratitude grounds us in the present moment, diminishing the power of future uncertainties. Practicing gratitude shifts our attention from potential problems to current blessings, allowing us to see that life's unpredictability also brings unexpected joys. This mindset helps us welcome change, for we understand that the unknown often carries gifts we cannot yet see. By focusing on gratitude, we train our minds to approach uncertainty with a spirit of openness, seeing each moment as an opportunity to appreciate what life has to offer. Stoicism also teaches the art of resilience, the ability to recover and grow through adversity. Resilience is a natural byproduct of accepting life's uncertainties. When we view change as an integral part of life, we develop a kind of mental elasticity that allows us to bounce back from challenges. Resilience doesn't mean ignoring pain or pretending hardships don't affect us. It means allowing ourselves to feel, but choosing to move forward regardless. This resilience, built over time, turns unpredictability into a familiar part of life, a force that strengthens rather than destabilizes us. With resilience, we see uncertainty not as a threat, but as a chance to practice courage. A profound Stoic principle in handling uncertainty is focusing on purpose. Purpose gives direction even in the face of unknowns, anchoring us to what truly matters. When we are clear about our purpose, the unpredictability of circumstances becomes less daunting, for we know what we're moving toward. Purpose acts as a compass, guiding us through life's changes without losing our way. By focusing on our purpose, we develop a mental clarity that keeps us steady, a reminder that even if the path isn't clear, the destination remains the same. Purpose gives us the confidence to walk forward, regardless of what the journey holds. Another way to embrace uncertainty is by practicing mental fortitude. Mental fortitude is the strength to endure, to face challenges with courage and resilience. When we cultivate this fortitude, we no longer fear the unknown, for we trust in our ability to handle it. This mental strength, grounded in Stoic principles, equips us to face life's changes without feeling overwhelmed. It's not about denying fear, it's about facing it with a sense of inner power. With mental fortitude, we approach uncertainty with calm determination, knowing that while we cannot predict the future, we are prepared to meet it with strength and grace. Letting go of attachment to specific outcomes is another Stoic technique for handling unpredictability. Often, we struggle with uncertainty because we cling too tightly to how things should be. But by releasing attachment, we free ourselves from the rigidity that makes change difficult. This doesn't mean giving up on goals. It means holding them lightly, understanding that the path may unfold differently than planned. Letting go of attachment allows us to be open to new possibilities, to adapt to changes without feeling disappointed or disheartened. This openness transforms unpredictability into a source of creativity and growth, making space for new opportunities. Stoicism teaches us the value of trust, not in external circumstances, but in our own ability to navigate them. Trusting ourselves means believing in our capacity to adapt, to learn, and to grow. This self-trust provides a foundation of confidence, a sense of peace that remains strong even in uncertain times. When we trust ourselves, we no longer fear the unknown, for we know that we have the inner resources to handle whatever comes our way. This trust empowers us to face the future with courage, a quiet assurance that allows us to turn unpredictability into an ally, an invitation to live fully and bravely. Through these Stoic practices, we transform our relationship with uncertainty. Instead of fearing the unknown, we learn to embrace it, finding strength and wisdom in life's unpredictable moments. This approach allows us to not only cope with uncertainty, but to thrive in it, turning each moment of unpredictability into a step toward greater resilience, clarity, and peace. By cultivating a mindset that welcomes change, we live more freely, unburdened by fear, and open to life's endless possibilities. In embracing uncertainty, we discover a path to true inner strength and unwavering confidence. Stepping into the realm of silent influence, we encounter the idea of leading not through words or demands, but by embodying a quiet strength that resonates without a sound. In a world where influence is often linked with loudness and control, Stoicism offers a refreshing approach. By cultivating inner strength, self-mastery, and a steady presence, we inspire respect without ever needing to command it directly. This power isn't forced. It's deeply rooted in integrity, self-assurance, and the ability to maintain calmness in all circumstances. True influence through silence isn't about holding back out of fear or avoidance. It's about knowing that sometimes the most profound impact comes not from speaking, but from being. When we live in alignment with our values and principles, others sense this alignment and naturally feel inspired. This kind of influence, one that comes from quiet confidence, encourages others to reflect on their own values, actions, and decisions. Our presence itself becomes a mirror for others, guiding them to consider their own behaviors and choices. To cultivate this silent strength, one must begin by practicing self-awareness. The Stoics emphasized that to influence others, we must first understand ourselves. Knowing our values, our strengths, and our weaknesses allows us to act from a place of authenticity. This self-awareness creates an aura of trustworthiness. People are drawn to those who are honest with themselves. By understanding ourselves, we can lead without the need for constant validation or approval. This quiet self-assurance allows us to walk through life unaffected by superficial judgments or criticisms, for we are grounded in something deeper than public opinion. Another aspect of silent influence lies in mastering self-control. Many people believe that reacting passionately or quickly is a sign of strength, but Stoicism teaches us that true strength often lies in the ability to restrain impulsive reactions. When we choose to stay calm rather than react, we communicate a message of resilience and inner strength. This quiet restraint shows others that we are not easily swayed or disturbed. Our calmness becomes a model for others, encouraging them to seek similar control in their own lives. By exercising self-control, we lead by example, influencing others to respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively. An essential component of silent influence is presence. When we are fully present, we give others our undivided attention, creating a sense of importance and respect that words cannot convey. True presence means listening without waiting to speak, observing without judgment, and engaging with genuine curiosity. This presence creates an unspoken connection, building trust and mutual respect. Through presence, we demonstrate that we value the person in front of us, inspiring them to reciprocate that respect. In this way, presence itself becomes a form of influence, one that draws people in and makes them feel valued. The power of silent influence also resides in humility. Stoicism teaches that influence is not about dominance or control. It's about creating an environment where others feel comfortable and respected. Humility allows us to connect with others on a human level, free from the need to assert superiority. This humility doesn't mean diminishing ourselves. It means recognizing that we don't need to prove our worth. When we approach life with humility, others feel safe around us, free from the pressure of comparison or judgment. This humble presence encourages others to be genuine and open, creating a space where true influence can flourish. A crucial element of silent influence is integrity. When our actions consistently align with our values, we build a reputation for reliability and trustworthiness. Integrity means staying true to our principles, even when no one is watching. This consistency creates a silent respect. People know they can rely on us to act with honesty and fairness. By embodying integrity, we influence others to act in kind, for they see that values are not just words, but a way of life. This kind of influence doesn't need speeches or declarations. It speaks through our actions, creating an example that others naturally wish to follow. Another powerful facet of silent influence is patience. In a fast-paced world, the ability to wait calmly, without rushing decisions or forcing outcomes, is a rare strength. Patience shows that we trust the process, that we don't need to force things to feel secure. This calm patience reassures others, creating an environment where they too feel less pressured. When we approach life with patience, we demonstrate that value lies not in quick results, but in thoughtful, deliberate actions. Our patience encourages others to take their time, to act with care, and to approach life with a sense of calm confidence. By embracing silence, we cultivate a powerful form of communication that speaks louder than words. Silence, when used intentionally, demonstrates that we don't feel compelled to fill every moment with noise. In moments of silence, we convey thoughtfulness and respect, allowing others the space to reflect. Silence can be a powerful response to conflict, one that shows we are not interested in escalating, but in finding peace. Through silence, we communicate that we are in control, that we are not easily provoked or swayed by the need for argument. This silence is not empty. It is filled with purpose, creating a sense of stability that others naturally respect. In practicing silent influence, resilience becomes an unspoken pillar of strength. Stoicism teaches that true strength is revealed not in victory, but in endurance. When we face adversity without complaint, we show others the power of resilience, of facing life's challenges with dignity. This resilience isn't about suppressing emotions. It's about allowing ourselves to feel, but choosing not to be defeated by hardships. By enduring with grace, we inspire others to face their own challenges with a similar resolve. Our resilience becomes a quiet example, a reminder that strength is not about avoiding difficulties, but about rising through them with calm and courage. The essence of silent influence also lies in generosity. True influence isn't about taking control. It's about giving freely of our time, our attention, our understanding. When we approach others with a spirit of generosity, expecting nothing in return, we create an atmosphere of trust and openness. This generosity doesn't need grand gestures. Small acts of kindness, a listening ear, a word of encouragement are often enough to leave a lasting impact. Our generosity, when given without expectation, becomes a silent reminder that influence is about lifting others, creating a space where they feel valued and respected. Another element of silent influence is fostering a sense of stability. In times of chaos or uncertainty, a calm, steady presence can be incredibly reassuring. By maintaining composure in difficult times, we offer others a sense of security, a reminder that peace is possible even amidst turmoil. This stability isn't about ignoring reality. It's about holding a steady ground, a reminder that we are not easily shaken by external circumstances. Our stability becomes an anchor for others, inspiring them to find their own center amidst life's storms. Silent influence is rooted in the courage to stand alone. Often, influence is associated with popularity or agreement, but Stoic influence is about the willingness to stand by one's principles, even when it means standing alone. This courage isn't about defiance. It's about staying true to our values, regardless of external approval. When others see us holding firm in our beliefs, they recognize a strength that goes beyond the need for validation. This courage to stand alone creates a quiet respect, a reminder that true influence is about integrity, not conformity. Through these practices, silent influence becomes a powerful force, one that doesn't seek attention but naturally draws respect. By cultivating this quiet strength, we not only improve our own lives, but create a positive ripple that affects everyone around us. This influence doesn't fade or weaken over time. It grows, sustained by the integrity, humility, and courage that define Stoic principles. In mastering this strength, we lead by example, showing others that influence is not about control, but about embodying a calm, resilient presence that inspires respect without ever needing to ask for it. Having discovered the power of silent fortitude, we now venture into the realm of choosing detachment over defense in emotional battles. In a world where reactions often lead to misunderstandings, frustration, and prolonged conflict, the ability to remain detached is an invaluable skill. Detachment is not indifference, nor is it passivity. It is the choice to remain grounded, to refrain from giving our energy to situations and people that seek to pull us into unnecessary emotional storms. Detachment, in its essence, is a form of mastery, a way to stay in control of our inner world without being drawn into every external disturbance. Choosing detachment means understanding that not every emotional battle requires a response. Many conflicts arise from the belief that we must constantly defend our perspective, protect our ego, or prove ourselves. But when we detach from these impulses, we create space for clarity and peace. By stepping back from the urge to react, we choose freedom from the cycle of emotional reactivity. This detachment isn't about avoiding conflict, but about recognizing that some battles do not deserve our energy. Instead of escalating a situation, detachment allows us to observe without absorbing, to understand without engaging in unnecessary conflict. An important part of detachment is developing self-awareness. Many emotional reactions are rooted in unconscious patterns, moments when our ego feels threatened or our insecurities are triggered. By cultivating self-awareness, we become attuned to these triggers, allowing us to recognize when we're on the verge of reacting. This awareness gives us a moment of pause, a chance to decide whether engaging in a battle will serve us or simply drain our energy. Self-awareness turns detachment into a choice, enabling us to see beyond the surface of the conflict to what truly matters. When we understand ourselves deeply, we're less likely to fall into the trap of defensive reactions. Another powerful aspect of detachment is learning to let go of the need for validation. Many emotional battles are fueled by the desire for approval, the need to be right, or the fear of judgment. By releasing these needs, we gain the freedom to navigate conflicts without feeling compelled to defend every thought or action. This freedom doesn't mean we stop caring about others' perspectives. It means we stop basing our worth on them. Detachment from validation creates a sense of independence, an inner confidence that is unaffected by external opinions. With this confidence, we can approach conflicts calmly, knowing that our value isn't tied to others' approval. The practice of detachment also involves mastering the art of selective engagement. Not every comment, criticism, or challenge requires our attention. By choosing when to engage, we conserve our energy for what truly matters. Selective engagement doesn't mean ignoring people. It means deciding what's worth our time and what's better left unaddressed. This choice creates a kind of mental boundary, one that shields us from the endless distractions and potential conflicts that arise in everyday interactions. By choosing where to place our focus, we protect our peace, giving our energy only to those situations that genuinely align with our values. Embracing detachment requires understanding the power of silence. Silence, in many situations, is the most profound response. When faced with provocations or criticism, silence allows us to process without reacting. This silence isn't avoidance. It's a demonstration of inner strength, a refusal to be pulled into negativity. Silence offers a chance to reflect, to see the situation from a broader perspective. Through silence, we communicate that our peace is not easily disturbed, that we are in control of our emotions, This quiet resilience inspires respect, showing that true strength lies not in defending, but in remaining composed amidst conflict. Another key element in choosing detachment is the ability to separate others' actions from our self-worth. Often, we take things personally, interpreting others' behaviors as reflections of our value. But when we detach from this mindset, we realize that others' actions are often driven by their own struggles, insecurities, and experiences. This understanding allows us to respond with empathy rather than defensiveness. Detachment helps us recognize that we are not defined by others' perceptions, that our worth is inherent and independent of external judgments. With this perspective, we can engage with others without feeling attacked or diminished. A crucial aspect of detachment is practicing emotional resilience. Emotional resilience means accepting that discomfort, criticism, and disagreement are natural parts of life. By building resilience, we become less vulnerable to the ups and downs of external situations. This resilience doesn't numb us to emotions, it strengthens our ability to withstand them without losing our center. When we cultivate emotional resilience, we can face conflicts without feeling compelled to react defensively. Instead, we can observe, understand, and, if necessary, walk away without compromising our peace. Resilience becomes a shield, allowing us to move through emotional battles unscathed. The Stoics also teach us that detachment involves letting go of outcomes. Many emotional conflicts arise from our desire to control situations or people, hoping to steer events toward our desired result. By releasing attachment to outcomes, we free ourselves from this need for control. This doesn't mean we stop caring, it means we trust that things will unfold as they should. Detachment from outcomes gives us the mental space to act from a place of clarity without the weight of expectation. This openness allows us to approach conflicts with calm detachment, knowing that we can handle whatever comes our way without needing a specific result. Choosing detachment means prioritizing peace over being right. Often, the need to be right leads us into conflicts that serve no purpose. By choosing peace, we create an environment where understanding takes precedence over ego. This doesn't mean ignoring truth. It means recognizing that truth doesn't always need defending. When we let go of the need to prove ourselves, we make room for connection, for genuine understanding. Prioritizing peace transforms conflicts into opportunities for growth, a chance to understand others without needing to impose our views. This choice, rooted in detachment, fosters harmony and respect, creating a foundation for more meaningful relationships. A significant part of detachment is recognizing the impermanence of emotions. Emotions by nature are fleeting. They rise, peak, and eventually pass. When we understand this impermanence, we're less likely to become consumed by them. Instead of reacting immediately, we can observe our emotions, allowing them to exist without letting them dictate our actions. This awareness transforms our relationship with emotions, helping us see them as temporary states rather than defining experiences. Detachment from emotional intensity creates a sense of freedom, allowing us to navigate life with calmness, knowing that no emotion has the power to last indefinitely. Practicing detachment also involves cultivating inner calm. Inner calm is not the absence of emotions, but the ability to remain steady amidst them. This calmness, grounded in detachment, gives us the space to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. When we cultivate inner calm, we carry it into every interaction, creating an atmosphere of stability that influences others as well. This calmness becomes our default, a place we return to in moments of tension. By nurturing this inner calm, we strengthen our capacity to handle emotional battles without being drawn into their intensity. Choosing detachment over defense means embracing a sense of personal responsibility for our peace. Instead of blaming others for our emotions, we take ownership of how we respond. This sense of responsibility empowers us, reminding us that we control our inner world. By focusing on our reactions rather than external events, we regain a sense of agency, a reminder that our peace is ours to protect. This ownership transforms how we approach conflicts, allowing us to remain centered, for we no longer rely on others to create or disrupt our peace. Detachment also means embracing forgiveness. Forgiveness isn't about condoning harmful actions. It's about releasing ourselves from the burden of resentment. By forgiving, we free ourselves from the emotional weight of holding on to past hurts. This release doesn't minimize the impact of others' actions. It liberates us from allowing those actions to define us. Through forgiveness, we create a mental and emotional space where peace flourishes, where past conflicts lose their grip. Detachment from resentment allows us to move forward without carrying the weight of old wounds, creating a future unclouded by past conflicts. Choosing detachment means finding strength in solitude. Detachment is easier to cultivate when we are comfortable with our own company, secure in our own thoughts. Solitude allows us to connect with ourselves, to explore our emotions without interference. This connection builds a sense of self-reliance, a reminder that we do not need external validation to feel complete. When we are comfortable in solitude, we approach relationships from a place of wholeness, less vulnerable to the need for approval or the fear of rejection. This self-sufficiency is the essence of detachment, a steady foundation that allows us to navigate emotional battles without losing ourselves. Through these practices, choosing detachment over defense becomes a powerful approach to life. By releasing the need to react, to defend, or to control, we cultivate a peace that remains unshaken by external events. This detachment doesn't distance us from others. It frees us to engage with genuine empathy and understanding, for we are no longer bound by the chains of reactivity. In choosing detachment, we create a life that is both resilient and peaceful, a life where emotional battles hold no power over our inner world. This path, guided by Stoic principles, leads us to true strength, a strength defined not by defense, but by the calmness and clarity of an unshakable mind. With the wisdom of detachment guiding us toward inner peace, we now delve into the art of sustaining a sense of vitality as the years pass. Aging doesn't need to bring a decline in enthusiasm, energy, or purpose. Through Stoic principles, we can cultivate youthful habits that maintain a lively mind, resilient spirit, and enduring curiosity, regardless of age. Aging gracefully isn't just about preserving health. It's about nurturing a mind and heart that continue to seek growth, connection, and joy. Stoicism teaches that true youthfulness is found not in physical appearance, but in our perspective, our passions, and the actions we take daily to stay engaged with life. A key practice for maintaining this vitality is to embrace lifelong learning. The Stoics believed in the pursuit of wisdom as a path to a fulfilling life, and this pursuit doesn't end as we grow older. By keeping our minds active and curious, we prevent stagnation, giving ourselves new ideas, interests, and skills to explore. This habit of learning isn't about accumulating facts. It's about cultivating a mindset that values growth. Learning something new, a skill, a subject, a language, stimulates the mind, keeps us mentally agile, and connects us to the world around us. This commitment to learning nurtures a spirit of curiosity that keeps us feeling young at heart, no matter our age. Equally essential is the practice of physical movement. While our physical capabilities may change over time, movement remains a powerful way to nurture both body and mind. Engaging in regular activity, whether it's walking, stretching, or something more rigorous, brings a sense of vitality that cannot be overstated. Physical movement not only improves health, but also boosts our mood, increases energy, and supports mental clarity. It's a reminder that life is in motion, that we are meant to engage with the world physically as well as mentally. This connection to movement keeps us feeling alive and attuned to our bodies, preserving a sense of vitality that endures. Stoic youthful practices also include the cultivation of gratitude. Gratitude brings joy to even the simplest moments, creating a mindset that sees value in daily experiences rather than yearning for the past or fearing the future. By regularly reflecting on what we have, our relationships, health, passions, or even small comforts, we foster a contentment that renews itself each day. Gratitude encourages us to appreciate life as it is, to focus on the present rather than worrying about what has been lost with time. This focus on the present, grounded in gratitude, fills us with a sense of purpose, enhancing our vitality by reminding us of life's beauty in every stage. The Stoics also teach the importance of purposeful rest, which plays a crucial role in maintaining vibrancy as we age. Purposeful rest is more than just relaxation. It's an intentional retreat that allows us to recharge physically, mentally, and emotionally. Taking time for deep rest, whether through sleep, meditation, or quiet moments of reflection, supports a balanced life, where energy is sustained rather than depleted. Purposeful rest respects the body's need to rejuvenate, making it possible to continue engaging with life enthusiastically. By valuing rest, we prevent burnout and maintain the energy needed to pursue our passions and connect with others fully. Another practice that sustains youthfulness is social connection. Stoicism emphasizes the value of community and companionship, as we are naturally social beings who thrive on meaningful connections. Staying connected with friends, family, and community nurtures a sense of belonging, keeping us engaged and invested in the world. These connections provide support, laughter, and shared memories, all of which are vital to feeling youthful. When we invest time in relationships, we not only enrich others' lives, but also fuel our own vitality, as human interaction inspires a sense of joy and purpose that strengthens us emotionally and mentally. Purposeful activity is another core Stoic principle that fuels vitality. Engaging in activities that align with our values and bring a sense of accomplishment keeps our spirits high. Whether it's a hobby, volunteer work, or a personal project, purposeful activity gives life meaning. It reminds us that we still have much to contribute, that our abilities and insights are valuable. This engagement keeps us active, curious, and motivated, creating a sense of youthfulness that doesn't fade with age. Purposeful activity creates a life where each day has significance, where we wake up with a reason to engage and a desire to continue contributing to the world. Stoicism also teaches the value of resilience, the ability to face life's difficulties without losing our inner spark. Resilience allows us to navigate challenges with grace, finding strength in adversity rather than feeling diminished by it. As we grow older, life's challenges don't disappear. They change, sometimes becoming even more complex. By cultivating resilience, we maintain a youthful perspective that views setbacks as opportunities for growth. Resilience helps us adapt to change without feeling overwhelmed, allowing us to keep our sense of joy and purpose intact. This resilience, developed through Stoic practice, empowers us to face each stage of life with unwavering enthusiasm. Another vital aspect of sustaining vitality is the practice of kindness. Kindness to ourselves and others creates a positive mental environment, fostering an attitude that keeps us connected and open-hearted. Stoicism teaches that acts of kindness bring a unique fulfillment, a satisfaction that renews our spirit and strengthens our connections. Kindness doesn't require grand gestures. Even small acts of empathy, understanding, or generosity uplift our own spirits as much as those of others. This practice of kindness nurtures a joyful outlook, preserving the warmth and openness often associated with youthfulness. Embracing simplicity is another way to maintain a youthful mindset. Simplicity doesn't mean deprivation. It means focusing on what truly matters and letting go of excess. By choosing simplicity, we clear away distractions, creating space for experiences that bring genuine joy and satisfaction. This focus on simplicity aligns with the Stoic view that happiness comes not from accumulation, but from appreciation. When we prioritize meaningful experiences over material possessions, we find that life becomes richer, more focused, and more fulfilling. This simplicity preserves our energy, enabling us to live fully without the weight of unnecessary concerns. Maintaining a sense of wonder is also crucial for inner vitality. As we grow older, it can be easy to fall into routines, but Stoicism teaches us to see each day as an opportunity to learn and appreciate life's nuances. By fostering a sense of wonder, we keep our minds open to beauty, discovery, and the unexpected. Wonder keeps us engaged with the world, constantly learning and exploring. This sense of curiosity not only preserves youthfulness, but also reminds us that life is filled with endless possibilities, no matter our age. Wonder invites us to embrace life's mysteries, keeping our spirits alive and enthusiastic. The Stoic practice of acceptance also contributes to sustaining vitality. Acceptance isn't about resignation, it's about embracing life as it is without resisting change. When we accept the natural process of aging, we free ourselves from the fears and anxieties that often accompany it. Acceptance allows us to approach each stage of life with grace, focusing on what can still be achieved rather than what has passed. This mindset doesn't deny reality. It enhances it by allowing us to live fully in the present. With acceptance, we retain our joy and curiosity, unburdened by regrets or fears, preserving a youthful outlook that celebrates life in every stage. Another youthful practice is the habit of gratitude for health. Rather than dwelling on limitations, Stoicism encourages us to appreciate the physical abilities we have and to care for our bodies as they are. Gratitude for health reminds us that each day is an opportunity to engage with life physically, to appreciate the strength, mobility, and sensations that make us feel alive. By focusing on what we can do rather than what we cannot, we cultivate a sense of physical vitality that persists, finding joy in the movement and sensations that connect us to the world. A sense of purpose is also essential to sustaining vitality. Purpose provides a reason to wake up each day, a drive that fills us with energy and direction. Stoic philosophy encourages us to find purpose in actions that align with our values, creating a life that feels meaningful. Purpose gives life a sense of continuity, reminding us that we are still capable of growth, contribution, and impact. This purpose keeps us engaged, creating a source of vitality that doesn't depend on external achievements, but on the knowledge that we are living in alignment with our true selves. Maintaining mental flexibility is another Stoic practice that supports vitality. Flexibility allows us to adapt to change without becoming rigid or resistant. By staying open to new ideas, perspectives, and experiences, we keep our minds fresh and receptive. This flexibility is a hallmark of youthfulness, a trait that enables us to remain curious and engaged, even as life evolves. Mental flexibility empowers us to navigate change with grace, embracing new opportunities without feeling bound by past habits or expectations. Practicing mindfulness plays a significant role in preserving vitality. Mindfulness is the act of fully engaging with the present moment, experiencing life with a sense of awareness and appreciation. This practice grounds us, allowing us to experience each moment with clarity and gratitude. By cultivating mindfulness, we learn to savor each experience, to find joy in the present without being weighed down by concerns about the past or future. Mindfulness fosters a sense of peace and fulfillment, creating a mental space where we can truly appreciate the richness of each stage of life. Together, these Stoic practices create a foundation for a vibrant, purposeful life. By embracing lifelong learning, movement, gratitude, and acceptance, we cultivate habits that keep us mentally, emotionally, and physically engaged. These practices remind us that youthfulness is not a matter of age, but of attitude, a choice to live with curiosity, joy, and resilience. Through Stoicism, we discover that the spark of youth can be maintained, that vitality is a mindset sustained by meaningful actions, and that each day is an opportunity to live fully, regardless of the years that have passed. Continuing from our journey of sustaining inner vitality, we now turn to a crucial element of protecting that energy, knowing how to manage interactions with those who drain it. Everyone encounters people whose presence can feel exhausting, whose words or actions seem to sap our vitality. While connection is a core part of Stoic practice, it's equally important to recognize when someone's influence hinders our well-being. Learning to set boundaries with such individuals is not only an act of self-respect, but also a way to preserve our mental and emotional energy, allowing us to focus on relationships and activities that uplift rather than diminish us. One of the first steps in mastering your energy threshold is recognizing the signs of a draining interaction. These may vary, but often include feelings of fatigue, frustration, or even dread after being around certain individuals. This awareness is essential. By acknowledging how these interactions affect us, we regain a sense of control over our environment. Rather than ignoring or tolerating the discomfort, we begin to understand that our reactions hold valuable information. This clarity allows us to determine when a boundary needs to be established, as it reminds us that our energy is not limitless and requires thoughtful stewardship. A valuable Stoic approach in managing draining relationships is practicing detachment. Detachment in this context doesn't mean ignoring or avoiding people, but rather maintaining an emotional distance that protects our peace. By detaching emotionally, we engage in interactions without becoming affected by others' negativity. This form of detachment is like a protective layer, one that shields our energy from those who seek to control, manipulate, or unload their burdens on us. Detachment allows us to remain compassionate but firm, showing kindness without absorbing negativity. Another essential technique is limiting exposure. Recognizing that time is a finite resource, we can choose to spend it with those who bring positivity into our lives. Limiting time with toxic individuals doesn't mean cutting them off entirely. It means being mindful of how much energy we're willing to invest. By gradually reducing our exposure, we protect ourselves from emotional depletion. This careful balance allows us to show respect without compromising our own needs. Through this practice, we reclaim our time and energy, reserving them for those who genuinely contribute to our well-being. Building self-awareness is also key to understanding our energy threshold. Often, we fall into patterns of accommodating others at our own expense without realizing it. By cultivating self-awareness, we notice the moments when we begin to feel drained or unsettled. This practice allows us to identify the specific triggers, behaviors, topics, or dynamics that affect us most. With this awareness, we make conscious decisions about how to respond, choosing actions that honor our limits. Self-awareness serves as a guide, showing us where boundaries need to be strengthened and where adjustments can prevent further energy loss. A powerful strategy in maintaining energy around toxic people is practicing assertiveness. Many people find it difficult to say no or to set limits, fearing conflict or rejection. However, assertiveness allows us to communicate our needs clearly and respectfully. This isn't about aggression or confrontation, it's about expressing our boundaries in a calm, confident manner. By stating our limits, whether it's declining an invitation, changing the topic of conversation, or ending a meeting on time, we reinforce our energy threshold. This practice encourages respect from others, as they recognize that our time and energy are valuable. Stoic philosophy also emphasizes the importance of non-reactivity. Toxic individuals often try to provoke a reaction, whether through criticism, manipulation, or attention-seeking behaviors. By practicing non-reactivity, we refuse to engage in their attempts to pull us into their emotional turmoil. This approach doesn't mean suppressing our emotions. It means choosing not to let others dictate our mood. Through non-reactivity, we create a sense of calm within ourselves, a reminder that we are in control of our responses. This calm demeanor often discourages toxic behavior, as the individual realizes that their tactics have no effect. Another helpful practice is focusing on self-care. Setting boundaries with toxic individuals can be challenging, as it often brings up guilt, discomfort, or fear of judgment. By practicing self-care, we build the resilience to handle these feelings. Self-care isn't just about physical well-being. It includes mental and emotional nourishment. Engaging in activities that rejuvenate us, whether it's exercise, hobbies, solitude, or time in nature, strengthens our capacity to set and maintain boundaries. Through self-care, we fortify our sense of self-worth, which serves as a foundation for preserving our energy. The Stoics teach that we can also protect our energy by embracing the concept of inner tranquility. Inner tranquility is a state of mind that remains undisturbed by external events or people's opinions. By cultivating this tranquility, we become less susceptible to the fluctuations of others' emotions. This practice requires mindfulness, the ability to stay grounded in our own peace even when others are chaotic. When we nurture inner tranquility, we carry a sense of calm that acts as a shield, making it easier to withstand the influence of toxic individuals without being affected. Setting clear expectations in relationships is another Stoic technique for managing energy levels. Many draining interactions result from unclear or unmet expectations. By defining the nature of our relationships and communicating our expectations openly, we reduce misunderstandings. This clarity empowers us to choose interactions that align with our values and energy. For instance, if someone frequently brings negativity, we might set an expectation to avoid certain topics. When expectations are clear, boundaries become easier to uphold, creating a mutual understanding that respects both parties' needs. A powerful mental practice in this process is reframing. Often we view toxic interactions as burdens, which can increase stress and resentment. By reframing these situations, we can see them as opportunities to strengthen our boundaries and resilience. This shift in perspective allows us to approach these interactions as exercises in self-control, patience, and compassion. Reframing doesn't change the other person's behavior. It changes our perception, empowering us to handle the situation without draining our energy. Through this practice, we learn to view each interaction as a chance to refine our skills in preserving inner peace. Maintaining physical and mental boundaries also plays a vital role in conserving energy. Physical boundaries might involve creating physical distance, while mental boundaries help us to separate ourselves from others' emotional turmoil. This mental boundary acts like a filter, allowing us to engage without internalizing the negativity. Physical boundaries, like choosing the location or time of an interaction, can also provide us with greater control. By combining these boundaries, we create an environment that supports our well-being, making it easier to maintain a sense of calm and focus. Practicing gratitude is another powerful way to maintain energy in the face of negativity. By focusing on what we appreciate in life, we shift our mindset away from frustration. Gratitude doesn't change the person's behavior, but it changes our mental state, reminding us that our happiness is not dependent on others. When we focus on gratitude, we build resilience, fortifying ourselves against negativity. This mindset allows us to walk away from toxic interactions without bitterness, preserving our energy for the things and people that genuinely enhance our lives. Stoicism also encourages us to reflect on our own behavior. Sometimes interactions become draining because we too engage in unhelpful patterns. By reflecting on how we contribute to these dynamics, we take responsibility for our part, breaking the cycle. This self-reflection isn't about blaming ourselves. It's about gaining insight into how we can improve our approach. Perhaps we realize that we've been overly accommodating or that we tend to react emotionally. By making these adjustments, we create a healthier environment for ourselves and others, reducing the likelihood of future draining interactions. The practice of forgiveness is another Stoic approach to protecting our energy. Forgiving others for their negative behavior doesn't mean condoning it. It means freeing ourselves from resentment. By forgiving, we release the emotional weight these interactions create. Forgiveness allows us to move forward without carrying the baggage of past encounters, making it easier to interact with people calmly. This act of release preserves our energy, ensuring that we remain unaffected by the toxicity of others. Embracing minimalism in relationships can be highly effective. Stoicism teaches us to focus on quality over quantity in every area of life, and relationships are no exception. By prioritizing relationships that bring joy, support, and growth, we reduce exposure to toxic individuals. This minimalism isn't about isolating ourselves, but about cultivating meaningful connections that enrich our lives. By focusing on fewer but more positive relationships, we maintain a balanced energy, investing our time and attention in those who uplift us. Through these Stoic practices, we establish a clear energy threshold, a personal boundary that protects our well-being. By mastering this threshold, we become more resilient, able to navigate interactions without feeling drained or overwhelmed. These strategies empower us to maintain our inner peace, allowing us to approach life with a sense of calm, strength, and confidence, even in the presence of challenging individuals. After learning to protect our energy from those who drain it, we can now shift to cultivating resilience through the practice of micro-courage. Micro-courage is the act of taking small, deliberate steps each day to confront our fears, resist comfort, and strengthen our inner resolve. By regularly embracing small acts of bravery, we prepare ourselves to face larger challenges with a steady mind and a calm heart. This daily commitment to courage is subtle, yet it builds a foundation of resilience that can carry us through life's uncertainties and difficulties. One way to cultivate micro-courage is by stepping out of habitual comfort zones. Comfort, while alluring, can sometimes become a trap that limits growth. Practicing micro-courage means regularly choosing actions that stretch our limits, whether it's trying a new activity, speaking up in a meeting, or engaging in difficult conversations. These moments don't need to be grand gestures. They are simple choices to go beyond what feels easy. Each act, however small, strengthens our capacity for courage, training us to meet discomfort with curiosity and resilience. Embracing failure is another form of micro-courage. Failure often brings fear, yet avoiding it only stifles progress. By willingly taking risks, knowing that failure is possible, we show a willingness to learn rather than a need to be perfect. This approach to failure isn't about seeking out mistakes, but about understanding that growth requires missteps. When we allow ourselves to fail, we build confidence in our ability to recover and try again. Over time, these experiences diminish the fear of failure, transforming it into a teacher that helps us become more resilient and adaptable. Micro-courage can also be found in practicing honesty, especially when it's uncomfortable. Many people avoid honesty to keep the peace or to avoid conflict, but honesty is essential for genuine connection and self-respect. Practicing honesty means being truthful about our opinions, needs, and feelings, even when it's easier to stay silent. This honesty doesn't need to be harsh. It can be kind and compassionate. By choosing honesty, we practice courage in its simplest form, remaining true to ourselves. This consistency strengthens our self-respect and teaches us that authenticity is worth any discomfort it may bring. Another everyday act of courage is making decisions without overthinking. Often we hesitate, fearing that we might make the wrong choice. Yet the Stoics remind us that indecision drains energy and stifles action. By practicing decisive action, we build trust in our ability to handle the outcomes, whatever they may be. This doesn't mean rushing into every decision. It means letting go of perfectionism and embracing a balanced approach. Each small decision made with courage builds our confidence, teaching us that even if we make mistakes, we can learn, adjust, and continue moving forward. Facing fears directly, even in minor ways, is a powerful practice in micro-courage. Whether it's speaking to someone new, expressing an unpopular opinion, or tackling a task we've been avoiding, each act of facing fear diminishes its power. By confronting these small fears regularly, we build a habit of resilience, learning that fear doesn't need to dictate our actions. Over time, these small confrontations prepare us to face larger fears with greater ease. We become more comfortable with discomfort, viewing it not as something to avoid, but as a pathway to growth. Letting go of control is another expression of micro-courage. Many people feel anxious when they can't control outcomes or other people's reactions. Practicing detachment from control, even in small ways, teaches us to focus on what we can influence, our actions and attitudes, while releasing the rest. This practice reduces stress, as we learn to accept that some things are simply beyond our reach. Each small act of letting go strengthens our peace of mind, reminding us that control is often an illusion and that true strength lies in adaptability and acceptance. Micro-courage also shows itself in acts of kindness, especially when they go unnoticed. In a world that often rewards visible success, kindness without recognition requires courage and humility. Whether it's helping someone in need, offering encouragement, or simply showing empathy, these acts build our character. By practicing kindness, we contribute positively to others' lives while strengthening our own inner peace. These small gestures, though simple, create a ripple effect, spreading warmth and connection that reaches beyond us. Through these acts, we learn that courage isn't only about self-protection, it's also about giving freely. Accepting vulnerability is another daily act of courage. Vulnerability often feels uncomfortable, as it requires us to reveal parts of ourselves that might not be accepted. Yet vulnerability is essential for genuine connection and self-acceptance. By allowing ourselves to be seen, even in small ways, we learn that we are enough as we are, without needing to hide our imperfections. This vulnerability strengthens our resilience as we realize that openness doesn't make us weaker. It makes us more adaptable and compassionate, both toward ourselves and others. Another way to build resilience is through the practice of patience, a form of micro-courage that involves waiting without frustration or resentment. Patience is particularly challenging in a fast-paced world that values instant results. By practicing patience, whether in traffic, in line, or in relationships, we cultivate inner calm. This calmness strengthens our ability to remain steady in moments of stress, teaching us that not everything requires immediate action or resolution. Patience is a reminder that life's pace often requires us to slow down, teaching us the value of persistence and trust in timing. Practicing forgiveness, both toward ourselves and others, is another form of micro-courage. Holding on to resentment drains energy and keeps us tied to the past. By choosing to forgive, we release ourselves from this burden, allowing space for peace. Forgiveness requires strength, as it means letting go of the need for revenge or validation. This act frees our mind, enabling us to move forward without being weighed down by old wounds. Through forgiveness, we learn that resilience includes releasing what no longer serves us, making room for growth and joy. Micro-courage also involves taking responsibility for our actions. In moments of conflict or mistake, it can be tempting to shift blame. However, owning our actions, no matter how uncomfortable, builds integrity. By acknowledging our role, we demonstrate accountability, a form of courage that earns respect. This practice helps us grow as we learn from each experience rather than denying it. Responsibility teaches us humility and resilience, reminding us that mistakes are opportunities for self-improvement. Through these small acts of ownership, we build a strong foundation of self-respect. Incorporating a mindset of gratitude also exemplifies micro-courage, as it requires us to find positivity even in difficult situations. Gratitude shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have, fostering a sense of fulfillment. By choosing gratitude, we challenge the habit of dissatisfaction and complaint, replacing it with appreciation. This perspective strengthens us as we learn to find joy even in imperfection. Each moment of gratitude builds resilience, teaching us that life's value is found not in perfection, but in the beauty of each day. The practice of discipline in small daily actions also builds resilience. Discipline is the courage to do what's necessary, even when motivation fades. By committing to small habits like reading, exercising, or meditating, we strengthen our willpower. These actions, though simple, require consistency, a quality that builds inner strength. Through discipline, we develop a trust in ourselves, knowing that we can rely on our own actions. Discipline reinforces resilience by showing us that progress is the result of daily effort, reminding us that courage includes persistence. Listening actively to others, even when we disagree, is another form of micro-courage. Active listening requires setting aside our ego, allowing others to express themselves without judgment. By listening fully, we demonstrate respect, a courageous act in a world that often values opinion over understanding. This act of patience and empathy builds bridges, fostering connection even amidst differences. Each moment of listening reminds us that resilience includes humility, the ability to learn from others without always needing to assert our own views. Facing the unknown, even in small ways, is another way to practice micro-courage. Life is filled with uncertainties, and embracing them rather than avoiding them prepares us for bigger challenges. By willingly stepping into situations where the outcome is unclear, whether it's starting a new project, meeting new people, or exploring new ideas, we build resilience. Each step into the unknown teaches us that adaptability is a strength, that we don't need all the answers to move forward. This openness to uncertainty reinforces our ability to handle change with grace. Practicing self-compassion is another everyday act of courage. It's often easier to criticize ourselves than to show kindness, yet self-compassion is essential for growth. By treating ourselves with understanding, especially in moments of difficulty, we strengthen our resilience. Self-compassion helps us recover from setbacks without falling into self-doubt, reminding us that we are human and that learning is part of the process. Through self-compassion, we cultivate an inner support system, one that encourages us to keep going even when the path is challenging. Embracing simplicity in our lives requires micro-courage, as it challenges the tendency to overcomplicate. Simplifying our commitments, our surroundings, or even our thoughts frees up energy for what truly matters. This simplification is a courageous choice in a world that often equates success with accumulation. By focusing on what brings genuine value, we build resilience against external pressures, creating a life that reflects our true priorities. These acts of micro-courage, practiced daily, create a life grounded in resilience, authenticity, and inner strength. Through each small step, we cultivate a mindset that faces challenges with calm, meets fear with resolve, and embraces life with open-hearted courage. Stoicism teaches us that bravery isn't limited to extraordinary acts. It's built in the quiet moments, the everyday choices that shape us into stronger, more compassionate individuals. Building on the foundation of courage, cultivated through small daily acts, we now explore the power of influence that is neither loud nor forceful, but grounded in unwavering integrity. This invisible form of leadership stands apart because it doesn't depend on authority or control. Rather, it flows from a steady, internal compass. By refusing to be influenced by negativity, we establish a presence that commands quiet respect and naturally inspires others to reflect on their own actions and attitudes. This silent influence isn't about bending others to our will, but about standing firm in our values and showing strength by not compromising them. One of the first steps in practicing this invisible leadership is cultivating inner stability. When our actions and reactions are rooted in consistency, we become resilient to external pressures. By maintaining a calm and steady demeanor, especially in challenging situations, we create an environment where others feel grounded. This stability doesn't go unnoticed. People observe and often feel inspired by a presence that remains unshaken. By setting this example, we demonstrate that true leadership is about creating a safe, stable foundation, one that others feel drawn to because it offers peace rather than chaos. An essential element of this influence is the power of silent refusal. Non-compliance doesn't mean overt defiance. Rather, it means choosing not to be swayed by negativity, gossip, or peer pressure. By not engaging in negative behaviors, we subtly communicate that we operate on a different set of values. This quiet refusal speaks volumes. It shows that we are not influenced by the trends or moods of others. When people witness someone calmly standing apart from harmful dynamics, it often prompts them to reevaluate their own choices. Our silent non-compliance becomes a reminder that strength is found in choosing our path, regardless of others' expectations. Another important aspect of invisible leadership is the practice of humility. Unlike traditional leadership that often seeks recognition, invisible leadership doesn't need acknowledgement to feel fulfilled. By leading with humility, we avoid the trap of ego, which allows our actions to remain genuine and focused on values rather than validation. Humility opens the door to a deeper connection with others, as it encourages them to see us as approachable and authentic. This connection fosters trust, as people feel safe in the presence of someone who leads not from a desire to be praised, but from a sincere commitment to integrity. Setting clear personal boundaries is also a powerful form of invisible leadership. Boundaries reflect self-respect and signal to others that we protect our well-being without needing to impose our will. When we calmly assert our limits, we show others the importance of respecting one's own needs and values. Boundaries don't create division, they build understanding as they clarify what we stand for and what we will not tolerate. In setting boundaries, we inspire others to consider their own limits, subtly encouraging them to protect their values and energy. Practicing patience is another aspect of leading through non-compliance. Patience is an act of strength that demonstrates we don't feel rushed by others' timelines or pressured by immediate outcomes. By maintaining patience, especially in the face of frustration or delay, we show that we value steady progress over instant results. This attitude of calm endurance is influential. It encourages others to slow down, to consider their actions thoughtfully rather than rushing. Patience becomes a subtle form of leadership, a way of showing that true strength lies in perseverance rather than haste. Leading by example is a cornerstone of invisible leadership. People are often more influenced by actions than words, and by consistently embodying our values, we create an unspoken message of integrity. Each decision made with honesty, each choice guided by fairness, becomes a quiet but powerful statement of who we are. Others observe this consistency, often finding themselves drawn to emulate it. By leading with our actions rather than proclamations, we allow others to see the possibility of living by one's values without needing to impose those values on anyone. A powerful tool in invisible leadership is the practice of active listening. In a world that often values speaking over listening, taking the time to hear others fully is a rare and impactful act. By listening without judgment or interruption, we create a space where people feel genuinely understood. This level of respect inspires trust and often prompts others to reflect on their own listening skills. Through active listening, we influence others to adopt a similar openness, creating a culture of understanding rather than one of competition. Forgiveness is another profound aspect of leading by example. Forgiveness doesn't mean allowing others to take advantage. It means choosing not to let past grievances control our actions. By practicing forgiveness, we show that strength is found in letting go rather than holding on. This choice influences others by demonstrating that freedom and peace come from releasing resentment. Forgiveness invites others to consider a similar path, as they see that moving forward is possible without carrying the weight of past conflicts. Through forgiveness, we create an environment where healing and growth are prioritized. Practicing honesty, even in small moments, is also essential in this form of leadership. Honesty builds trust, as it reassures others that our words and actions are aligned. By being truthful, even when it's uncomfortable, we create a foundation of reliability that others can depend on. This honesty encourages people around us to be genuine as well, knowing that they are engaging with someone who values transparency. Through honesty, we lead by creating an atmosphere where truth is valued, where authenticity is not just encouraged, but practiced. Another vital part of invisible leadership is maintaining composure in times of conflict. When disagreements arise, responding with calm rather than aggression sets a powerful example. This composure shows that we are not controlled by external situations, that our inner peace is intact regardless of challenges. By handling conflict calmly, we demonstrate that strength is found in self-control, not in overpowering others. This response often de-escalates tension, encouraging others to approach conflict with a similar level of calmness and respect. Resilience, too, plays a key role in this silent form of influence. Life's challenges are inevitable, and the way we face them speaks volumes to those around us. By facing difficulties with grace and determination, we inspire others to view their own struggles as opportunities for growth. Resilience doesn't mean pretending everything is easy. It means finding strength in persistence, even when things are tough. Through resilience, we show others that setbacks are not defeats, but lessons, that perseverance is more impactful than immediate success. Remaining non-judgmental is another important aspect of this influence. People are drawn to those who offer acceptance without criticism, who allow them to express themselves without fear of judgment. By practicing non-judgment, we create an environment where people feel safe to be themselves. This acceptance encourages them to consider their own biases and judgments, often inspiring them to adopt a more open perspective. Non-judgment is a silent invitation for others to let go of prejudice, fostering a culture of respect and understanding. Invisible leadership also involves gratitude. Gratitude shifts our focus from what's lacking to what's present, creating a sense of fulfillment that doesn't rely on external achievements. By expressing gratitude regularly, we model a mindset of appreciation rather than dissatisfaction. This gratitude influences others, encouraging them to focus on what they have rather than what they lack. Through gratitude, we foster a positive environment that values simplicity and joy, subtly showing others that happiness is not found in constant pursuit, but in present contentment. Practicing humility is essential in non-compliance, as it keeps us grounded and focused on our principles rather than ego. Humility doesn't mean minimizing our worth. It means valuing others as much as we value ourselves. This humility invites others to approach life with openness and respect. By being humble, we demonstrate that influence isn't about superiority, but about connection. Humility encourages people to let go of their own egos, creating a space where everyone's contributions are valued equally. Self-discipline is another aspect of invisible leadership that speaks louder than words. Discipline means choosing long-term values over immediate comfort, consistently acting in alignment with what truly matters. By practicing self-discipline, we show that integrity requires commitment, that staying true to one's values isn't always easy, but is always worth it. This example of discipline inspires others to hold themselves accountable, to see discipline as a strength rather than a restriction. Through discipline, we create a culture where actions align with intentions, reinforcing the importance of consistency and commitment. Invisible leadership is built on compassion. Compassion allows us to connect deeply with others, to see beyond their actions to their struggles. This compassionate approach doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior. It means understanding without judgment. Compassion influences others to approach each other with kindness and empathy as they feel the warmth of genuine care. By leading with compassion, we show that strength isn't about dominance, but about lifting others. This compassion fosters an environment where people feel valued, encouraging them to lead with empathy in their own lives. Through these practices, invisible leadership becomes a powerful force for positive influence. By leading with calm, humility, and integrity, we create a ripple effect, inspiring others to pursue similar values without ever needing to say a word. This form of leadership, rooted in consistent integrity, builds a legacy of respect, kindness, and resilience that reaches far beyond our immediate interactions. Continuing from the quiet strength of invisible leadership, we now explore the profound power of maintaining an unbreakable calm in the face of conflict. In moments of tension, there's a rare strength found in the ability to stay composed, responding not with anger or agitation, but with a steady, grounded presence. This calm doesn't mean passive silence or avoidance. It means showing a resilience that not only protects our own peace, but also transforms the energy around us. An unyielding smile, held with intention, reflects a deeply rooted sense of self-control and inner harmony, a quality that can inspire others and disarm even the most confrontational behavior. Finding this strength in calm begins with embracing the Stoic principle that we can control only our own responses, not the actions or emotions of others. Conflict often tempts us to react instinctively, to defend or fight back. Yet by centering ourselves in this truth, we understand that peace is a choice, even when situations or people try to disrupt it. This awareness fosters a powerful clarity that, when consistently practiced, allows us to move through challenges without surrendering our equilibrium. In these moments, our calm becomes a shield, a boundary that separates our well-being from the chaos around us. Developing this unbreakable calm also requires practicing non-attachment to others' opinions or judgments. When conflict arises, criticism and opinions can feel like personal attacks, but non-attachment reminds us that these views don't define us. By letting go of the need for external validation or approval, we create a stable inner foundation that isn't shaken by others' words. This detachment brings a quiet confidence, one that doesn't need to prove itself or seek validation. Instead, we become grounded in our values and sense of self, creating an aura of calm that is difficult for others to disrupt. Another vital component of unshakable calm is the practice of self-regulation. When confronted with anger or hostility, our nervous system is often triggered, leading to physical reactions like a racing heart or tensed muscles. By learning techniques to manage these reactions, such as deep breathing or mental reframing, we prevent our emotions from taking over. This self-regulation enables us to respond thoughtfully, maintaining a composed exterior that reflects inner balance. Each moment of self-regulation strengthens our resilience, showing others that we are in control of ourselves, regardless of the circumstances. A key part of cultivating this strength is to develop an unwavering sense of empathy. In conflict, it can be tempting to view others as adversaries, but empathy allows us to see beyond the surface of their actions. By considering their motivations, struggles, or perspectives, we build compassion that naturally softens our response. Empathy doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior, but it prevents us from reacting with the same level of aggression or frustration. This compassion allows us to remain calm, as we understand that many conflicts arise from pain or fear rather than genuine malice. Practicing acceptance is another powerful tool in maintaining calm amid tension. Acceptance doesn't mean giving in or agreeing with everything. It means recognizing that some conflicts are simply a part of life and that we can't control every outcome. By accepting the presence of disagreement, frustration, or conflict, we relieve ourselves of the burden to fix or change others. This acceptance creates an internal space where peace can flourish, allowing us to navigate difficult situations without feeling overwhelmed. Through acceptance, we find strength in knowing that our peace doesn't depend on eliminating conflict, but on our response to it. Stoicism also teaches the value of focusing on the present moment, which is essential for finding calm in challenging interactions. Conflict often draws us into fears about the future or regrets from the past, creating a mental narrative that intensifies our emotions. By grounding ourselves in the present, we remove these distractions, centering on what we can do here and now. This focus creates a mental clarity that helps us respond calmly, as we're not burdened by imagined consequences or past resentments. In this presence, we find a stillness that is powerful and grounding, one that invites others to meet us in that calm space. Learning to pause before responding is another simple yet profound way to embody unshakable calm. The pause is a moment of choice, a brief space where we decide how to respond. By pausing, we give ourselves time to release any initial emotional reaction, choosing instead a response that aligns with our values. This habit of pausing transforms our interactions, showing others that we're not ruled by impulse, but by intention. Over time, this practice strengthens our resolve, as we see that calm responses often diffuse tension far more effectively than heated ones. Another aspect of finding strength in calm is maintaining a sense of humor. Humor can diffuse tension, offering a way to lighten even the heaviest situations. A genuine smile or gentle laughter can shift the tone of a conversation, reminding everyone involved that not every disagreement needs to be intense or divisive. Humor doesn't mean minimizing the importance of a conflict. It means embracing a perspective that allows us to see beyond the immediate tension. This light-hearted approach encourages others to relax, showing that calm and seriousness are not the only ways to navigate challenges. Practicing forgiveness is also crucial in building this unyielding calm. Holding on to resentment or grudges can create an internal tension that makes us more reactive. By choosing to forgive, we free ourselves from this emotional weight, allowing our minds to remain clear and composed. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting or condoning harmful actions. It means releasing the hold these actions have on our peace. This act of release enables us to approach future interactions with a fresh perspective, one that isn't colored by past hurt or bitterness. Consistency in our values is another essential factor in embodying calm. When we're clear about our principles, we're less likely to feel swayed by external pressures. This consistency provides a framework for responding to conflict, one that isn't dependent on others' behavior. By aligning our actions with our values, we maintain a sense of integrity that reinforces our calm. People sense this stability, often feeling reassured by our presence. This calm strength inspires others, as they see that we are not easily rattled or reactive. An often overlooked aspect of unshakable calm is the strength found in silence. Silence, when used thoughtfully, can be a powerful tool for maintaining peace. In moments of tension, silence allows us to process, reflect, and choose our response. This silence speaks volumes, showing that we don't feel pressured to fill every moment with words. It invites others to pause, to consider their own words and actions, often leading to a de-escalation of conflict. Silence reflects inner confidence, a quiet assurance that our worth isn't dependent on constant expression. Maintaining a sense of gratitude is also helpful in fostering calm amid conflict. Gratitude shifts our focus from what's lacking or problematic to what's present and positive. By cultivating a grateful mindset, we build a foundation of contentment that isn't easily shaken. Gratitude reminds us that despite conflict, there are still many things in life to appreciate. This perspective softens our reactions, allowing us to approach others with a gentle, understanding attitude. Gratitude, even in small moments, anchors us, giving us a sense of peace that persists through challenges. Practicing humility further strengthens our unyielding calm. Humility reminds us that we don't have all the answers, that we're capable of learning from every interaction, even conflict. This humility prevents us from feeling the need to dominate or control every conversation. By approaching situations with a mindset of learning, we diffuse the pressure to be right, allowing us to listen fully. This humility often invites others to engage with a similar openness, creating a more respectful and calm exchange. Another practice that enhances our calm is cultivating a mindset of service. By focusing on how we can contribute positively, even in tense moments, we shift our attention away from self-interest. This perspective reminds us that we can choose to respond in ways that bring value to others, rather than escalating tension. A mindset of service reframes conflict as an opportunity to practice patience, empathy, or kindness. This focus on contribution rather than control fosters a calm presence that others find reassuring. A commitment to self-care is essential for maintaining this unbreakable calm. Physical and mental well-being are interconnected, and by taking care of our body and mind, we strengthen our resilience. Self-care practices like exercise, meditation, or time in nature replenish our energy, giving us the inner resources to stay calm in challenging interactions. By prioritizing self-care, we protect our peace, ensuring that we approach each moment with a rested and clear mind. Through these practices, we embody an unyielding calm, a presence that isn't swayed by external pressures. This strength, grounded in compassion, patience, and self-awareness, inspires others to find their own calm amid life's challenges. This resolve creates a ripple effect, transforming conflict into a space for mutual respect and understanding. Having explored the strength of an unbreakable calm amid conflict, we now turn to an equally empowering concept: the recognition that the power to change lies entirely within our own hands. Stoicism teaches us that the foundation of freedom and growth comes from accepting responsibility for our lives, embracing the profound understanding that, while we cannot control external events, we hold full power over our choices, attitudes, and actions. This concept, so deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, is the key to personal transformation, a realization that no one else controls our path, and that real change begins within. To truly harness the power to change, we must first cultivate self-awareness. Understanding our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors is essential for intentional transformation. Self-awareness allows us to recognize patterns that no longer serve us, enabling us to make conscious choices rather than acting out of habit or impulse. Through reflection, we become aware of the areas in which we want to grow, whether it's developing patience, letting go of fear, or finding courage in uncertain situations. This practice of looking inward provides the foundation for any meaningful change, as it reveals the parts of ourselves that we can nurture and improve. With self-awareness comes the importance of accepting personal responsibility. Stoicism emphasizes that while circumstances are beyond our control, our reactions to them are entirely our choice. By taking full responsibility for our responses, we empower ourselves to change our experience of life. Responsibility means refusing to blame others or external events for our emotions or actions. This shift in mindset is liberating. It frees us from the limitations of victimhood and places the focus on our capacity to adapt and respond in ways that align with our values. Through responsibility, we gain a sense of control that reinforces our confidence in creating the life we desire. Embracing change also requires us to challenge limiting beliefs. These beliefs, often ingrained over years, can restrict our potential if left unchecked. By examining and questioning these beliefs, we uncover whether they genuinely serve our goals or simply reflect fears and assumptions. Stoic principles encourage us to ask ourselves if our beliefs are grounded in reality or shaped by past experiences that no longer apply. As we let go of beliefs that hold us back, we make space for new, empowering perspectives. This shift not only opens the door to growth, but also strengthens our resilience as we become less defined by outdated narratives and more aligned with our potential. A critical part of change is the willingness to embrace discomfort. Growth often involves stepping outside our comfort zones, facing situations that challenge us, and confronting fears that hold us back. Stoicism teaches that discomfort is not something to avoid, but a path to greater strength and wisdom. Each time we face discomfort willingly, we expand our capacity to handle challenges with grace. This habit of embracing discomfort prepares us for the inevitable uncertainties of life, turning discomfort into a tool for resilience rather than a barrier. Over time, we become comfortable with the uncomfortable, recognizing it as a sign of progress rather than a setback. Cultivating patience is also essential in the process of change. Personal growth does not happen overnight, and impatience often leads to frustration or discouragement. Patience reminds us that change is a journey, one that requires consistent effort and time. By focusing on small, incremental steps rather than expecting immediate results, we build habits that lead to lasting transformation. Patience allows us to appreciate the process, seeing each step as valuable in its own right. This perspective transforms our journey, encouraging us to stay committed even when progress feels slow, as we understand that true change is gradual and cumulative. Another powerful tool in the journey of change is self-discipline. Discipline is the ability to do what's necessary even when motivation wanes. It's the commitment to continue taking action, even on days when progress feels challenging. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline is a cornerstone of strength, a quality that enables us to build consistency in our efforts. Through discipline, we create a structure that supports our goals, a steady path that doesn't rely on fleeting inspiration. This practice reinforces our sense of agency as we learn that persistence, rather than luck or circumstance, is what drives real progress. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of adaptability in embracing change. Life is unpredictable, and rigid expectations can lead to disappointment. Adaptability allows us to respond flexibly, adjusting our actions as circumstances evolve. This flexibility is not a sign of weakness. It's a strength that reflects our understanding of life's dynamic nature. By remaining open to alternative paths and approaches, we create resilience that supports us through setbacks. Adaptability enables us to see each change as an opportunity to learn, grow, and refine our approach, rather than as an obstacle. Another essential aspect of embracing change is to focus on the present moment. Often, we are held back by worries about the future or regrets from the past, which drain our energy and limit our capacity to act. By grounding ourselves in the present, we free ourselves from these distractions, fully engaging with what we can control right now. The present moment is where change happens, where we can make choices that align with our intentions. This focus on the here and now empowers us to take meaningful action, building a life that reflects our values rather than being defined by fears or regrets. A significant part of this journey is practicing gratitude. Gratitude shifts our mindset from what we lack to what we have, creating a foundation of contentment that supports positive change. By appreciating the present, we reduce the need for external validation or material gain, allowing us to focus on intrinsic growth. Gratitude helps us see challenges as part of life's richness, giving us strength to face them with optimism. This practice nurtures a mindset of abundance, making change feel less like a quest for improvement and more like an opportunity to build on the strengths we already possess. Setting clear intentions is also fundamental to the Stoic approach to change. Intentions provide direction, clarifying what we want to achieve and why. Unlike vague goals, intentions are specific and rooted in our values, guiding our actions with purpose. By setting intentions, we align our efforts with what truly matters, ensuring that each step we take contributes meaningfully to our growth. This clarity of purpose acts as a compass, keeping us focused on our path even when distractions arise. Intentions give our actions depth, turning every choice into a step toward becoming the person we want to be. The practice of self-compassion is another vital component in the journey of change. Transformation can be challenging, and self-compassion allows us to navigate setbacks with kindness rather than self-criticism. Stoicism encourages us to view mistakes as part of the learning process, rather than as failures. By treating ourselves with the same empathy we would offer a friend, we create an environment where growth feels safe and supportive. Self-compassion strengthens our resilience as we learn that setbacks are temporary and that our worth is not diminished by missteps. An often overlooked but powerful aspect of change is cultivating a community of support. Surrounding ourselves with people who encourage our growth creates a network of accountability and inspiration. This community doesn't need to be large. Even a few people who understand and support our journey can make a significant difference. Stoicism values companionship, recognizing that while change is a personal journey, support from others can reinforce our resolve. By sharing our goals with trusted individuals, we create mutual encouragement, as each person contributes to a shared commitment to growth. The journey of change also requires us to let go of perfectionism. The pursuit of perfection can be paralyzing, creating a fear of taking action because we might fall short. By accepting that growth is inherently imperfect, we free ourselves from this need for flawlessness. Stoicism teaches that progress, not perfection, is the true measure of growth. This mindset encourages us to take action without fear, knowing that each step brings value regardless of its outcome. Letting go of perfectionism allows us to appreciate the beauty of each moment, embracing the journey without the pressure to achieve an ideal. Another powerful way to embrace change is through the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness brings awareness to our thoughts, emotions, and actions, helping us to identify areas that require attention. By observing ourselves without judgment, we gain insights into our habits and patterns, allowing us to make conscious adjustments. Mindfulness creates a sense of presence that supports change, as it connects us with our inner experience, making us more attuned to our needs and intentions. This practice enhances our capacity to make choices that reflect our true selves, supporting a journey of growth that feels authentic and fulfilling. Embracing the power to change requires a commitment to continuous learning. Life is a journey of growth, and by remaining open to new ideas, skills, and perspectives, we ensure that our development never stagnates. Stoicism teaches that wisdom is an ongoing pursuit, one that requires humility and curiosity. By learning continuously, we adapt to life's changes with a mindset that values improvement. This commitment to learning keeps us engaged, fueling our journey with a desire for knowledge and understanding. Through self-awareness, discipline, adaptability, and a focus on the present, we unlock the power to transform our lives in meaningful ways. Stoicism shows us that change is not something imposed upon us, but a choice we make with each action and intention. By taking responsibility for our growth and committing to a path of continuous self-improvement, we create a life that reflects our highest values. This journey isn't about reaching a fixed destination. It's about embracing each moment as an opportunity to become the best version of ourselves, empowered by the understanding that the power to change is, and always has been, in our hands. Following the exploration of personal responsibility and change, let's turn to an area that many struggle with: the mental clutter that weighs down our minds and clouds our judgment. A busy, overthinking mind can drain energy, reduce focus, and make it difficult to find peace. The Stoics understood that a clear mind is a powerful asset, one that allows us to act with purpose rather than be swept away by endless, spiraling thoughts. By detoxifying our minds, we're not only freeing ourselves from distractions, but also creating space for calm, clarity, and greater self-control. These strategies aim to bring us back to a centered state where we think less and live more fully. The first step toward mental detoxification is reducing exposure to unnecessary information. In today's world, we are constantly bombarded with news, social media, and a stream of opinions. This overwhelming influx of information can trap us in a loop of overthinking and comparison. By being selective with the information we consume, we reclaim control over our mental environment. Limiting time spent scrolling, filtering out negative content, and setting boundaries for news intake helps create mental space. This selective exposure enables us to focus on what truly matters, allowing our minds to rest from the noise that often feeds overthinking. Another powerful way to detoxify the mind is through mindfulness practices. Being present in each moment and fully engaging in our actions helps us break free from mental distractions. Mindfulness encourages us to observe our thoughts without judgment, creating a sense of separation between ourselves and our mental chatter. When we focus on each task, no matter how small, we become less entangled in worries about the past or future. This shift into the present calms the mind, giving us the clarity to prioritize actions that align with our values. Decluttering our physical space is another practical approach to mental detoxification. Our environment has a direct impact on our mental state, and cluttered surroundings can often lead to a cluttered mind. By simplifying our environment, removing unnecessary items, organizing belongings, and keeping our spaces clean, we create a sense of order that reflects in our thoughts. This minimalism reinforces a mindset focused on essentials, reducing the tendency to dwell on trivial matters. A clear space becomes a sanctuary, one that supports focus and calmness, helping us to stop overthinking and start appreciating simplicity. Practicing gratitude is also essential in the process of mental detoxification. Overthinking often stems from focusing on what's lacking or what could go wrong. Gratitude shifts our perspective to what we have, creating a foundation of contentment that quiets the mind. By regularly reflecting on the things we're grateful for, we replace anxiety with appreciation. This practice doesn't eliminate challenges, but it helps us approach them from a place of fulfillment rather than lack. Gratitude acts as a mental cleanse, a reminder of the abundance in our lives, allowing us to focus less on what we fear and more on what we cherish. Setting clear priorities is another strategy that reduces mental clutter. When we're unclear about our goals, our minds tend to wander, analyzing possibilities and outcomes excessively. By establishing priorities, we give our minds a sense of direction, reducing unnecessary thoughts. These priorities serve as a roadmap, helping us focus on what's important without getting lost in endless options. By committing to these priorities, we reinforce our sense of purpose, making it easier to let go of distractions that do not align with our goals. Regular physical activity is a powerful way to cleanse the mind of excessive thoughts. Exercise releases endorphins, which help reduce stress and improve mood, creating a sense of clarity and calm. Physical movement provides an outlet for pent-up energy, allowing the mind to release tension and find focus. Whether it's a walk, a workout, or a few minutes of stretching, physical activity offers a break from overthinking, bringing us back to a balanced mental state. This practice reminds us that the body and mind are interconnected, and that by caring for one, we support the well-being of the other. Practicing self-compassion is another essential tool in managing overthinking. Often, excessive thoughts stem from self-criticism and doubt. By treating ourselves with kindness and understanding, we reduce the internal pressure to be perfect. Self-compassion allows us to view mistakes as learning experiences rather than failures. This mindset reduces the tendency to dwell on the past or worry about judgments, creating a calmer, more balanced mental environment. Through self-compassion, we gain the confidence to move forward without overanalyzing every decision, trusting that growth comes from progress, not perfection. Meditation is a time-tested method for detoxifying the mind. By setting aside a few minutes each day to focus on our breath, we train our minds to let go of distractions and develop a sense of inner peace. Meditation doesn't stop thoughts. It teaches us to observe them without attachment, creating a mental space that isn't weighed down by every passing worry. This practice helps us detach from habitual overthinking, providing a sense of control over our mental landscape. Over time, meditation reinforces a mindset of calmness, one that remains steady even in the face of stress. A practical way to reduce overthinking is to embrace decision-making limits. Setting a time limit for making decisions encourages us to act without getting caught in analysis paralysis. By practicing this approach, we learn to trust our intuition and recognize that most decisions are reversible. This limit frees us from the burden of perfect choices, allowing us to make progress rather than being stuck in indecision. It's a reminder that action, even imperfect action, is often more valuable than excessive analysis. Journaling is another effective strategy for mental detoxification. Writing down our thoughts provides an outlet for them, releasing the mental weight they carry. By journaling regularly, we give our minds a structured way to process emotions, worries, and ideas. This practice helps us organize our thoughts, making it easier to identify patterns and find solutions. Journaling creates a mental release, a way to clear our minds without suppressing our emotions. As thoughts flow onto paper, our minds feel lighter, more focused, and better equipped to approach challenges with clarity. Engaging in creative activities is also beneficial for reducing mental clutter. Creativity allows us to express ourselves in ways that words often cannot, providing an outlet for emotions and thoughts that might otherwise be suppressed. Whether it's painting, playing music, or cooking, creative activities engage the mind in a fulfilling way, redirecting energy away from excessive thinking. This immersion in creativity creates a state of flow where our focus is fully engaged in the present, leaving little room for worry. Creativity becomes a form of therapy, a way to channel our thoughts into something beautiful and meaningful. Practicing acceptance is another Stoic strategy for detoxifying the mind. Acceptance involves letting go of the need to control everything, recognizing that some aspects of life are beyond our influence. By accepting what we cannot change, we free ourselves from the endless cycle of worry and frustration. This acceptance doesn't mean complacency. It means focusing on what we can change while releasing what we cannot. Acceptance brings a sense of peace, helping us navigate life's challenges with a calm mind and a steady heart. Maintaining a balanced diet is also essential for mental clarity. What we eat affects our energy levels, mood, and cognitive function. By nourishing our bodies with balanced, wholesome foods, we create a foundation for mental well-being. Foods rich in nutrients support brain health, reducing feelings of sluggishness that often lead to overthinking. Staying hydrated and consuming a diet that includes fruits, vegetables, and whole grains gives our minds the fuel they need to function optimally, reinforcing our capacity to handle stress with resilience and calm. Setting digital boundaries is another valuable strategy for clearing mental clutter. Technology provides constant access to information, which can lead to overstimulation and mental fatigue. By setting boundaries, such as designated screen-free times or limiting notifications, we create a break from digital distractions. This intentional disconnect allows us to recharge, protecting our mental space from the constant influx of data. These digital boundaries remind us to be mindful of our time, focusing on real-life interactions and experiences that bring fulfillment rather than endless scrolling. Engaging in deep breathing exercises provides a simple yet effective way to calm the mind. Deep breathing activates the body's relaxation response, reducing stress and lowering heart rate. This practice brings our attention to the present, allowing us to let go of intrusive thoughts. Each breath serves as an anchor, a reminder to stay grounded in the moment. Deep breathing requires no special equipment and can be practiced anywhere, making it a versatile tool for managing mental clutter and restoring a sense of inner calm. Another Stoic approach to mental detoxification is focusing on actions over outcomes. When we place too much emphasis on results, we create a mental burden of expectations and pressures. By shifting our focus to the process, doing our best in each moment regardless of the final outcome, we free ourselves from this burden. This mindset encourages us to find satisfaction in effort rather than perfection, helping us to stop overthinking about results we cannot control. Embracing this approach fosters a mindset of growth, where each step is valuable in its own right. Spending time in nature is a powerful way to cleanse the mind. Nature has a calming effect, offering a break from the fast pace of modern life. Being in natural surroundings reduces stress, improves mood, and promotes a sense of peace. Whether it's a walk in the park, sitting by a river, or simply observing the sky, nature provides a mental reset. This connection to the natural world grounds us, reminding us of life's simplicity and beauty. Nature's rhythms bring a sense of calm, helping us release worries and focus on the present. These strategies work together to create a mental environment that's clear, focused, and peaceful. By detoxifying our minds, we reclaim our power over our thoughts, allowing us to live with intention rather than reacting to every fleeting worry. Each of these practices supports a life of greater presence, resilience, and inner peace, helping us to move beyond overthinking and embrace a mind that's free to focus on what truly matters. With a mind free from clutter and grounded in calm, we now turn to an aspect of Stoicism that transcends words, becoming a person who inspires and earns admiration, not through speech or declarations, but through quiet actions and unspoken integrity. True respect is not demanded. It is earned through authenticity, consistency, and values that speak for themselves. Stoicism teaches that influence does not require loudness. Instead, it's found in the subtle but powerful presence of someone deeply aligned with their principles. Becoming admired without speaking up is not about silence, but about letting one's actions carry the message, allowing others to see strength and sincerity in every gesture. A core element of quiet admiration is embodying integrity. Integrity is the unwavering commitment to one's principles, regardless of convenience or external pressures. When people witness someone who remains true to their values, even when no one is watching, they feel a sense of respect that goes beyond admiration for a single act. Integrity shows others that we are not swayed by the crowd, that our actions are grounded in something deeper. This consistency creates a sense of trust, as people can rely on us to be the same person in every situation. When actions align seamlessly with values, we project a quiet strength that others notice without a single word. Another powerful way to become admired is through kindness shown without expectation of recognition. Acts of compassion, when done quietly, resonate deeply with others because they reflect a genuine concern for others. Stoicism teaches that kindness is not an act of obligation, but a natural extension of one's character. Small acts of thoughtfulness, done without the need for acknowledgement, reveal a sense of humility that draws others in. People remember kindness that asks for nothing in return because it reflects a generosity of spirit, showing that one's actions come from a place of true empathy. This quiet compassion often makes a lasting impression, as it creates a sense of warmth and trust that words alone cannot convey. Reliability is another attribute that earns admiration. In a world where promises are sometimes lightly made and easily broken, being a person others can rely on is a powerful form of influence. Reliability shows that we value others' time and trust, reinforcing the respect others have for us. By following through on commitments, whether big or small, we create a reputation for being dependable. This sense of consistency reassures others, showing that we are present and dependable when needed. Reliability builds a silent but solid foundation of respect, as people feel secure in our presence, knowing we will be there when it matters. Self-discipline is another quality that invites admiration. Discipline is not about rigid control, but about choosing actions that align with our goals and values, even when they are challenging. When others see someone who practices restraint, whether it's in speech, actions, or habits, they recognize a level of self-mastery that is rare and commendable. Discipline reflects a commitment to growth, showing that we prioritize long-term values over immediate gratification. This strength of willpower encourages others to reflect on their own choices, as they see that it's possible to live a life led by intention rather than impulse. Discipline, practiced consistently, becomes a quiet but compelling testament to one's character. Humility is a foundational quality of admired individuals. Humility doesn't mean downplaying one's worth. It means recognizing one's strengths without feeling the need to display them. A humble person doesn't seek validation or praise, and this lack of ego creates a sense of approachability. People are drawn to those who can acknowledge their accomplishments without arrogance, seeing them as genuine and grounded. Humility invites others to feel comfortable, as they sense that they are valued for who they are, not for what they can offer. This trait fosters a deep respect that is earned not by grand gestures, but by the quiet assurance of one's confidence without needing to prove it. Empathy also plays a critical role in becoming admired. Empathy allows us to understand and share the feelings of others, creating a sense of connection. By listening deeply and responding with compassion, we show that we value others' experiences. Empathy doesn't require words. Sometimes, a comforting presence is all that's needed to convey support. This quiet form of connection fosters respect, as people feel seen and understood without judgment. Empathy strengthens bonds and creates an atmosphere of mutual respect, as people recognize the strength it takes to be vulnerable and present for others. Through empathy, we establish a respect that is rooted in shared humanity. Another quality that draws admiration is resilience. Life brings challenges, and how we respond to them often shapes how others perceive us. Resilience is the ability to rise above setbacks without losing sight of one's purpose. When others see us face adversity with grace and perseverance, they recognize a strength that doesn't need validation. Resilience inspires because it shows that we are not defeated by circumstances, but strengthened by them. This quality encourages others, as it demonstrates that even in difficult times, one can hold on to hope and continue forward. Resilience becomes a quiet symbol of inner strength, one that people admire without needing explanations. Respect for others is also essential to quiet admiration. Respect means treating others with dignity, regardless of differences or disagreements. By showing respect, we create a space where people feel valued, which in turn fosters mutual respect. This respect doesn't need to be vocalized. It's shown in how we listen, respond, and acknowledge others. By valuing different perspectives and remaining open, we demonstrate a level of maturity and grace that naturally earns admiration. Respect for others builds bridges, as it shows that we are not driven by the need to be right, but by the desire for understanding. Patience is another quality that speaks volumes without words. Patience shows that we don't rush through life, but are willing to allow things to unfold in their own time. By practicing patience with ourselves and others, we create an atmosphere of calm and reassurance. Patience in challenging situations shows strength, as it reveals an ability to tolerate discomfort without frustration. This calm presence is often a source of inspiration for others, as it shows that we are not easily swayed by stress or pressure. Patience, quietly practiced, creates a sense of stability that others respect, knowing that they can rely on us to remain steady when life becomes unpredictable. A sense of gratitude is also essential for quiet admiration. Gratitude shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have, creating a mindset of appreciation that radiates positivity. People are naturally drawn to those who live with gratitude, as this quality brings lightness and contentment. By expressing appreciation for life's small gifts, we show that happiness is found in simplicity. Gratitude encourages others to focus on the positive, creating an uplifting presence that is felt without needing to be spoken. This attitude of appreciation fosters a sense of peace and respect, as people see that we value life's experiences, no matter how small. The ability to remain composed under pressure also commands quiet admiration. Composure shows that we can handle difficult situations without losing control, creating a sense of trust and respect. When we remain calm in the face of challenges, others feel reassured and supported. Composure doesn't mean suppressing emotions. It means responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This level-headedness encourages others to mirror our calm, as they see that we don't allow stress to dictate our actions. By consistently maintaining composure, we create an impression of strength that others admire, knowing that we can be relied upon in difficult times. Living with purpose is another way to inspire without words. Purpose gives meaning to our actions, guiding us toward a life aligned with our values. When others see someone dedicated to their purpose, they recognize a sense of fulfillment that goes beyond achievement. Purpose-driven actions are consistent, thoughtful, and impactful, creating an impression of integrity that doesn't need to be vocalized. By staying true to our purpose, we inspire others to seek meaning in their own lives. Purpose is contagious, as it shows that life is not just about existing, but about creating value, leaving a legacy of inspiration. Discretion is also a quality that invites respect. Knowing when to speak and when to remain silent reflects wisdom. Discretion shows that we don't seek attention or validation. Instead, we prioritize thoughtfulness and timing. By choosing words carefully and understanding the value of silence, we convey a sense of maturity that doesn't need to be explained. Discretion demonstrates respect for others' experiences and fosters trust, as people feel safe confiding in someone who values privacy. This trait, though quiet, leaves a lasting impact, showing that we value depth over noise. Forgiveness is a silent but powerful force of admiration. Holding on to grudges weighs us down, but forgiveness frees us to move forward with peace. Forgiveness doesn't require words. It's an internal act of letting go. By forgiving, we demonstrate resilience and grace, showing that we are not controlled by resentment. This act of release creates a presence that is light and free, inspiring others to let go of their own burdens. Forgiveness builds respect, as it reflects a strength that refuses to be tied down by past hurt. Through integrity, kindness, patience, and purpose, we embody the qualities that earn admiration without a word. Each action, thoughtfully chosen, creates a presence that speaks for itself, drawing others toward a sense of respect that is genuine and lasting. In practicing these values, we transform ourselves into people who inspire naturally, leading by example and allowing others to see that true influence is built through quiet strength and unwavering principles. Building on the quiet strength of becoming an admired person through integrity and action, we now turn to another essential Stoic practice, the art of letting go. Often, our journey is not about adding more, but about removing the things that hinder us. Eliminating what no longer serves us creates room for growth, clarity, and peace. By choosing to release these obstacles, we unburden our minds and hearts, moving closer to a life that's truly fulfilling. Each choice to let go is a step toward wisdom and self-mastery, reflecting the Stoic lesson that a life well lived is one that's not weighed down by unnecessary attachments. One of the first things to let go of is resentment. Holding on to resentment creates an internal struggle that consumes energy and clarity. Resentment is a weight that keeps us bound to the past, replaying moments that only serve to deepen bitterness. By choosing to forgive and release resentment, we free ourselves to focus on the present. Letting go of resentment doesn't mean we condone the actions that hurt us. Rather, it means we refuse to let those actions dictate our well-being. Releasing resentment invites peace, allowing us to direct our energy toward growth rather than dwelling on past wrongs. Next, it's essential to remove the need for constant validation. Seeking approval from others can create a cycle of dependency where our self-worth hinges on external opinions. This need for validation pulls us away from our inner values, causing us to make choices based on others' expectations rather than our own beliefs. By letting go of this need, we cultivate a sense of self-assurance that doesn't waver with others' opinions. We learn to trust our own judgment, building confidence in our decisions. Releasing the need for validation gives us freedom, as we no longer feel bound to seek approval, but instead act in alignment with our true selves. Eliminating toxic relationships is also a vital step in creating a fulfilling life. Relationships that drain our energy or bring negativity into our lives hinder our growth and happiness. Stoicism teaches that while we cannot control others, we can choose who we allow into our lives. Letting go of relationships that no longer serve us is not about anger or blame. It's about prioritizing well-being. By surrounding ourselves with supportive, uplifting people, we create an environment where we can thrive. This choice empowers us to protect our peace, focusing on connections that encourage mutual respect and positivity. Another thing to release is the fear of failure. Fear of failure often prevents us from taking risks, holding us back from pursuing dreams and personal growth. By letting go of this fear, we open ourselves to the possibility of learning through experience. Stoicism reminds us that failure is not an endpoint, but a stepping stone on the path to growth. When we view challenges as opportunities rather than threats, we build resilience and confidence. Releasing the fear of failure frees us to act boldly, knowing that setbacks are temporary and that each experience adds to our wisdom. The habit of overthinking is another obstacle that needs to be released. Constantly analyzing every decision or interaction can lead to mental exhaustion, creating anxiety rather than clarity. Overthinking often stems from a desire to control outcomes, but Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our actions and attitudes. By letting go of overthinking, we simplify our mental landscape, finding peace in the present moment. This shift allows us to make decisions with confidence, trusting that we can adapt to any outcome. Releasing overthinking brings calm, helping us approach life with a steady mind. Another critical aspect to eliminate is self-doubt. Self-doubt can undermine our confidence and prevent us from embracing opportunities. It holds us back from recognizing our potential, creating limitations based on fear rather than reality. By choosing to let go of self-doubt, we affirm our ability to face challenges and grow. Building self-trust is essential for a fulfilling life, as it empowers us to act without hesitation. Releasing self-doubt fosters a mindset of possibility, where we are open to growth and learning rather than paralyzed by insecurity. Neglecting self-care is another habit that we should leave behind. Taking care of our mental, physical, and emotional well-being is not a luxury, it's a necessity. When we neglect self-care, we exhaust ourselves, leaving little energy for growth or joy. Prioritizing self-care allows us to show up fully, both for ourselves and others. It's a reminder that we deserve to treat ourselves with kindness and respect. Letting go of this neglect creates a foundation of health and resilience, reinforcing that caring for ourselves is an essential part of living well. Letting go of excessive materialism is another important lesson in creating a balanced life. The desire for constant accumulation can distract us from the things that truly matter: relationships, purpose, and personal growth. Stoicism teaches that contentment is found not in possessions, but in inner peace. By reducing our attachment to material things, we create space for gratitude and fulfillment. This shift helps us focus on experiences and values rather than status or wealth, fostering a sense of abundance that isn't tied to external possessions. Another key area to address is procrastination. Delaying actions that align with our goals can create stress and prevent us from reaching our potential. Procrastination often stems from fear or uncertainty, but letting go of this habit allows us to take proactive steps toward our aspirations. By cultivating discipline and breaking tasks into manageable steps, we move forward with purpose. Releasing procrastination empowers us to make consistent progress, creating a sense of achievement that reinforces our commitment to growth. Jealousy is another emotion that hinders well-being and peace. Comparing ourselves to others creates dissatisfaction and erodes our sense of self-worth. Stoicism teaches that each person's journey is unique, and by focusing on our own path, we find contentment. Letting go of jealousy allows us to appreciate our strengths and accomplishments without feeling diminished by others' successes. This release fosters a mindset of gratitude and fulfillment, as we recognize that true happiness is found within, not in comparison. Self-criticism is another habit worth releasing. While self-reflection is valuable, excessive self-criticism can be damaging, creating a mindset focused on flaws rather than growth. By letting go of harsh self-judgment, we create space for self-compassion. Treating ourselves with understanding allows us to learn from mistakes without dwelling on them. This shift encourages a kinder relationship with ourselves, building confidence and resilience. Releasing self-criticism empowers us to embrace our journey with grace, knowing that growth is a process, not a destination. Another significant step is letting go of past regrets. Dwelling on what we could have done differently keeps us stuck in the past, preventing us from fully embracing the present. Stoicism reminds us that the past cannot be changed, but our response to it can be. By choosing to let go of regrets, we free ourselves from the weight of yesterday's choices. This release allows us to focus on creating a future that aligns with our values, knowing that each new moment offers a chance to live intentionally. Embracing the present becomes a path to peace, as we learn to view the past with acceptance rather than regret. Releasing the need to control others is essential for inner peace. Trying to dictate others' actions or opinions only leads to frustration, as it's beyond our power. Stoicism teaches that our control lies solely within our own actions and attitudes. By letting go of the desire to control others, We accept people as they are, creating a sense of harmony in our relationships. This release fosters respect, as we recognize that each person is responsible for their own journey. By focusing on our own growth, we inspire others naturally, creating an atmosphere of mutual acceptance. Each of these steps represents a commitment to clarity, peace, and purpose. By quietly eliminating these obstacles, we create a life rooted in wisdom and inner strength, where true fulfillment is found not in what we hold on to, but in what we willingly release. In practicing this, we embody the Stoic ideal of a life well lived, free from the burdens that once weighed us down. Transitioning from the practice of letting go, we delve into an intricate cycle that often demands the strength and clarity Stoicism offers, the narcissist cycle of rejection and the approach of zero contact. This cycle, though challenging, reveals valuable insights into the nature of toxic relationships and the wisdom of protecting our own well-being. In understanding this cycle, we can see how Stoic principles apply to navigating these difficult interactions, helping us recognize patterns, set boundaries, and ultimately choose a path of emotional freedom. Each phase holds lessons on resilience and self-respect, reinforcing the value of maintaining integrity and inner peace, even in the face of manipulation and rejection. The first phase in the narcissist cycle is idealization. Narcissistic relationships often begin with intense admiration and charm, creating an illusion of closeness and perfection. This stage can be compelling because it plays on the desire for acceptance and connection, but underneath, there's an imbalance rooted in superficial praise. Stoic wisdom teaches us to approach compliments and adoration with caution, understanding that validation from others, especially when excessive, may not always reflect a genuine connection. By maintaining self-awareness during this phase, we can appreciate kindness without losing sight of our own boundaries, recognizing that our worth doesn't depend on someone else's perception or validation. As the cycle progresses, the stage of devaluation emerges. Here, the narcissist subtly or overtly begins to criticize and undermine. The transition from admiration to disdain can feel confusing, creating a sense of instability and self-doubt. Stoicism reminds us to ground our self-worth in our own values rather than others' opinions. By focusing on inner validation, we can withstand criticism without letting it undermine our confidence. Devaluation loses its power when we detach from the need for external approval, remaining secure in who we are. This phase teaches resilience, reminding us that no one's opinion has the authority to define our worth unless we allow it. Following devaluation is rejection, a phase where the narcissist creates distance, often as a form of manipulation or punishment. This rejection can be painful, as it targets the fear of abandonment, but Stoicism offers a different perspective. Instead of seeing rejection as a reflection of personal inadequacy, Stoicism views it as an opportunity for self-reliance and emotional independence. By focusing on what is within our control, our actions, thoughts, and responses, we reclaim our sense of peace. Rejection becomes a catalyst for growth, a reminder that we don't need to chase validation or depend on others for stability. Through this lens, rejection strengthens our self-sufficiency, reinforcing that our contentment lies within. The phase of hoovering, where the narcissist attempts to pull the individual back into the relationship, is another critical point in the cycle. Hoovering often involves promises of change or expressions of affection designed to reignite attachment. Stoicism teaches the importance of clarity and discernment, helping us see beyond surface-level actions to the motives beneath. By grounding ourselves in logic rather than emotion, we can make choices that protect our peace, recognizing that consistency in actions, not words, determines trustworthiness. This phase encourages us to set boundaries, knowing that true growth lies in letting go of what no longer aligns with our values. When we recognize the need for separation, the phase of implementing zero contact may begin. Choosing zero contact isn't about spite or anger, it's a form of self-preservation. Stoicism emphasizes focusing on what we can control, and sometimes that control means creating distance from harm. Zero contact allows us to protect our mental and emotional health, creating space for healing. This choice empowers us to reclaim our autonomy, showing that our well-being is worth prioritizing. Through zero contact, we affirm that our peace is non-negotiable, creating a boundary that reinforces self-respect and emotional resilience. Following zero contact, there is often a period of reflection. The absence of contact can bring clarity, allowing us to see the relationship more objectively. In this stage, we may question our choices or feel moments of doubt, but Stoicism encourages us to focus on the lessons rather than regrets. Reflection is an opportunity to understand our patterns, to identify areas for growth, and to reinforce the values we want to uphold in future relationships. This phase is not about dwelling on the past. It's about learning from it, building a foundation of wisdom that guides us toward healthier connections. The period of emotional detachment is another essential phase in breaking free from the narcissistic cycle. Detachment is the process of releasing lingering emotional ties, freeing ourselves from the need to justify, explain, or seek closure. Stoic detachment is not about coldness. It's about cultivating a serene mind that doesn't rely on external sources for fulfillment. This phase allows us to focus on personal growth, channeling our energy into our own well-being rather than entangling ourselves in unresolved emotions. Emotional detachment offers liberation as it removes the power the narcissist may have had, allowing us to rebuild our lives on our own terms. The final stage in this cycle is renewal. After detachment, we find a space of new beginnings, where we have the opportunity to redefine ourselves without the influence of toxic attachments. Renewal is not about forgetting the past, but about integrating its lessons in a way that strengthens our resilience. This phase encourages us to pursue paths that align with our values, to reconnect with passions, and to build connections based on mutual respect and authenticity. In this space, we experience the fullness of personal freedom, a life unbound by the weight of manipulation or rejection. In each phase of the cycle, Stoic principles guide us toward choices that protect and empower, helping us break free from harmful dynamics with grace and clarity. Through understanding these patterns, we create a life rooted in self-respect, resilience, and wisdom. Shifting from the journey of recognizing harmful cycles, we now turn to the power of silent, resolute actions that convey strength without words. There are moments when those who wish to undermine or diminish us need to feel the strength of our presence, a quiet strength that speaks volumes through our choices and behavior. Stoicism teaches us that true power lies not in aggression or retaliation, but in a steadfast composure and the unyielding demonstration of self-respect. Through subtle, deliberate actions, we create an aura that speaks for itself, one that makes others think twice before attempting to belittle or control us. The first action to embody is unwavering confidence. Confidence rooted in authenticity is one of the most powerful traits one can exhibit. When you walk with a steady purpose, knowing your worth and abilities without seeking validation, others notice. Confidence does not mean arrogance. It is a quiet assurance that shows you are comfortable in your own skin. This form of confidence makes those who harbor ill intentions hesitate, as they sense that you are not easily swayed by their judgments. It is a reminder that your self-worth is independent of external opinions, signaling strength in a way that leaves no room for intimidation. Practicing calmness under pressure is another silent action that projects inner strength. People often try to provoke a reaction to gauge control or to test resilience. By remaining calm, even in situations designed to unsettle you, you demonstrate a mastery over your emotions. This calmness is disarming, as it shows that no one holds power over your mood or reactions. Maintaining composure creates a sense of unpredictability that can be unnerving for those who seek to control you. They expect emotional responses as a measure of their influence, and your refusal to react confirms that you remain in control, regardless of their attempts. Focusing on self-improvement is another quiet yet powerful action. Those who despise you often hope to see you stagnate or fail. By continually growing, learning, and bettering yourself, you make it clear that your energy is directed toward progress rather than conflict. Self-improvement demonstrates resilience and a forward-moving mindset, leaving little space for negativity. The act of consistently working on your own goals becomes a powerful statement. You are invested in your journey, not in playing into the dynamics others may try to impose. Your success, achieved through dedication, becomes a silent message of strength that speaks louder than any confrontation. Setting firm boundaries is a significant silent action that conveys strength. Boundaries show that you respect yourself enough to control what you will or will not tolerate. When others test these limits, enforcing boundaries without hostility shows an inner authority that commands respect. Boundaries are not just walls, they are a reflection of your self-worth. By maintaining them without anger or explanation, you communicate that you are not available for manipulation. Boundaries signal to others that while you may be approachable, you are not easily influenced, creating a respectful distance that is both assertive and peaceful. Another key action is practicing restraint in your responses. Stoicism teaches the value of silence as a form of control. Choosing not to respond to provocation is often more powerful than any verbal retort. Silence conveys that you are unaffected, that the opinions of others do not dictate your emotions or reactions. This restraint is a demonstration of self-discipline, showing that you do not give others the satisfaction of disrupting your peace. Silence can be intimidating, as it leaves people questioning their impact on you, often realizing that they lack the influence they assumed they had. Directing energy toward personal goals rather than engaging in conflict is a quiet way to show strength. By focusing on what brings meaning and fulfillment, you create a path that doesn't involve the negativity others may attempt to introduce. This focus on your aspirations becomes a barrier against distractions and manipulations, as it shows that your priorities lie beyond petty disputes. Others become aware that you are on a trajectory of growth, one that their influence cannot alter. This dedication to personal progress subtly communicates that your life is directed by purpose, not by others' attempts to steer you. Exhibiting patience is another powerful action that instills a sense of strength. Patience shows that you are not rushed by others' attempts to provoke or unsettle you. It demonstrates a willingness to let situations unfold naturally, reflecting a calm that cannot be shaken by external pressures. This patience reveals inner security, as it shows that you are not easily influenced by urgency or manipulation. Patience allows you to respond thoughtfully, ensuring that your choices are guided by wisdom rather than impulse. It conveys that you are not driven by others' timelines, but by your own sense of purpose and control. Practicing kindness, even toward those who may wish you harm, is a profound act of strength. Kindness, when genuine, is rooted in confidence and empathy, showing that you are unthreatened by hostility. This kindness is not about seeking approval, it's about upholding your own values regardless of others' actions. When you treat others with respect, even when they lack it, You communicate that their behavior does not define yours. This approach can be disarming, as it removes the fuel that animosity requires, often leading those who despise you to question their motives. Living with authenticity is another powerful silent action. Authenticity shows that you are true to yourself, that you are not shaped by others' expectations or judgments. By living authentically, you become a reminder of what it means to embrace one's own path without compromise. This authenticity often leaves those who despise you feeling unsettled, as they recognize that they have no control over your identity. Authenticity is a form of quiet power, as it signals that you are complete within yourself, unbothered by opinions or pressures to conform. Choosing joy, regardless of external circumstances, is a subtle yet impactful form of defiance. Happiness that comes from within cannot be controlled or diminished by others. By cultivating joy that is independent of others' actions or judgments, you demonstrate resilience and inner strength. This joy is unshakable, as it arises from gratitude and self-contentment rather than approval. When others see that you maintain happiness in the face of their negativity, it reveals their inability to impact your state of mind. This self-contained joy sends a powerful message that your peace is untouchable. Maintaining a positive reputation through consistent actions is another way to project silent strength. Reputation is built over time, and by acting with integrity, honesty, and respect, you create a lasting impression that no single person's opinion can tarnish. A solid reputation serves as a protective shield, showing that you are valued and respected by others. When detractors see that they cannot undermine your character, it reminds them of their lack of influence. Consistency in values and actions builds trust with those around you, creating a community of support that diminishes the power of anyone's ill will. Cultivating emotional independence is another powerful action. When you do not rely on others for validation, approval, or happiness, you become resilient against attempts to control or manipulate. Emotional independence shows that your sense of self is complete, making you immune to external pressures. This independence is intimidating to those who wish to influence you, as they realize that their actions hold no sway over your emotions. Stoicism teaches that true freedom lies in emotional self-sufficiency, and by embodying this, you convey an untouchable strength. Being selective in your associations is another quiet yet impactful way to convey strength. Choosing to surround yourself with people who uplift and support you sends a message that you do not tolerate negativity. Your choice in relationships reflects your values, showing that you prioritize quality connections. When you distance yourself from those who harbor ill will, you create an environment that nurtures positivity and growth. This selectiveness makes it clear that you respect yourself enough to choose wisely, diminishing the influence of anyone who does not share your values. Embracing a mindset of resilience in all situations is a powerful way to demonstrate strength. Resilience shows that you are not deterred by setbacks or adversity, but that you grow through challenges. This mindset communicates to others that your spirit cannot be broken, regardless of external circumstances. Resilience is a testament to inner strength, as it reflects the ability to overcome and rise above. This unbreakable spirit leaves those who wish you harm feeling powerless, as they see that nothing can deter your resolve. Each of these silent actions strengthens the core of who you are, making it clear to anyone who doubts or despises you that their influence is negligible. Through confidence, resilience, and a steadfast commitment to your values, you create an aura of quiet power that speaks volumes without a single word. These actions embody the Stoic ideal of inner mastery, showing that true strength lies not in confrontation, but in an unwavering dedication to oneself. Building on the power of silent strength, There's another form of discipline that often goes overlooked, but has a profound impact on both our mental and physical longevity. Letting go of habits that subtly wear us down and accelerate the aging process. Often, it's not just the years that age us, but the patterns we unconsciously follow, patterns that add layers of stress, fatigue, and negativity to our lives. Stoicism teaches us to be mindful of the actions we take daily, to make choices that preserve rather than exhaust our vitality. By recognizing these habits and consciously working to eliminate them, we embrace a life that is not only fuller, but also aligned with a sense of enduring peace and well-being. The first habit that hastens aging is harboring chronic stress. Stress, when left unmanaged, takes a toll on the body, affecting everything from sleep to immune function. The Stoics understood that life brings inevitable challenges, yet it's our response to them that determines their impact. Instead of allowing stress to accumulate, we can practice acceptance of what's outside our control, reducing the unnecessary burden that often comes from trying to manage everything. Releasing this habit creates space for resilience and calm, qualities that not only preserve our inner peace, but also reduce the physical signs of wear that stress often leaves behind. Another aging habit is overindulgence in negative self-talk. The language we use with ourselves shapes our reality, and constant criticism or doubt can erode self-worth over time. This internal negativity creates tension, lowering our mental energy and manifesting as physical exhaustion. By cultivating a mindset rooted in self-compassion, we replace destructive thoughts with constructive ones. This shift doesn't ignore flaws, but rather embraces the process of growth. The Stoics emphasized self-reflection without judgment, a practice that nurtures resilience. A kinder inner dialogue nurtures a sense of vitality that goes beyond appearances, allowing us to feel energized and centered. Neglecting physical activity is another habit that can accelerate aging. Movement is essential not only for physical health, but also for mental clarity and emotional stability. A sedentary lifestyle causes the body to lose muscle tone, reduce flexibility, and weaken overall resilience. Stoicism promotes balance, reminding us to care for the body as a vessel for the mind and soul. Engaging in regular activity, whether it's walking, stretching, or more intense exercise, helps maintain strength and vitality. Prioritizing movement respects the natural need for physical care, enhancing our well-being and contributing to longevity. Allowing unresolved conflicts to linger is another habit that silently ages us. Holding on to grudges, unresolved anger, or bitterness consumes mental and emotional energy, creating stress that reflects outwardly. Stoicism encourages us to forgive, not necessarily to excuse, but to release ourselves from the burden of past conflicts. By letting go, we preserve our inner calm and prevent these unresolved feelings from affecting our present. Practicing forgiveness frees us from the weight of anger, fostering a youthful lightness that radiates through both our mindset and our appearance. Lack of quality sleep is a habit that has profound effects on aging. Sleep is essential for repair, both mentally and physically, and without it, our bodies don't have the chance to restore balance. The Stoics valued simplicity and balance, including a disciplined approach to rest. Creating a consistent sleep routine, reducing late-night screens, and fostering a calm environment before bed can greatly improve sleep quality. This habit ensures that the mind and body have the time they need to rejuvenate, helping us face each day with renewed energy rather than feeling weighed down by fatigue. Another habit that accelerates aging is clinging to perfectionism. The constant pursuit of perfection creates an ongoing sense of dissatisfaction, as we never quite feel we've reached a perfect outcome. This habit leads to stress, frustration, and a lack of fulfillment, all of which wear on the spirit and body. The Stoic mindset promotes embracing effort over outcome, finding satisfaction in doing our best without obsessing over an unattainable standard. By focusing on progress rather than perfection, we release the need for constant criticism, inviting a sense of peace that preserves our well-being. Neglecting meaningful relationships can also contribute to premature aging. Isolation or lack of fulfilling connections leaves us without the emotional nourishment that relationships provide. Stoicism teaches the importance of companionship and shared purpose, which foster resilience and joy. By nurturing meaningful connections, we create a support network that provides perspective, encouragement, and laughter. These interactions act as emotional rejuvenation, helping us feel supported and appreciated. Quality relationships enrich life, helping us maintain a sense of youthfulness that isn't tied to age, but to the quality of our connections. Another habit to address is excessive consumption of unhealthy foods. Nutrition is foundational to vitality, and a diet that's high in processed foods, sugars, and unhealthy fats contributes to both physical and mental decline. Stoicism promotes moderation, reminding us that indulgence should not control us. By choosing nourishing foods that fuel the body and mind, we cultivate energy and resilience. A balanced diet sustains health from the inside out, reducing the physical effects of aging and supporting mental clarity. Choosing food wisely is an act of respect toward ourselves, one that manifests in sustained vitality. Excessive worrying is another silent contributor to aging. Worrying creates a cycle of stress that rarely resolves itself and instead exacerbates anxiety. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, releasing concerns that lie outside our influence. By shifting our mindset to proactive action rather than endless rumination, we free ourselves from the loop of worry. This shift not only eases the mind, but also alleviates the physical symptoms of stress, like muscle tension and sleeplessness, creating a more balanced, youthful energy that is reflected in our overall well-being. The habit of constantly multitasking also accelerates aging. Multitasking divides our focus, reducing both efficiency and satisfaction. It leaves us feeling scattered, overworked, and often unsatisfied, as our attention is rarely fully on one task. Stoicism encourages mindfulness and purpose in each action, helping us to be present and fully engaged. By focusing on one thing at a time, we reduce mental fatigue and increase fulfillment. This habit of single-tasking conserves mental energy, helping us feel refreshed rather than drained. Presence, cultivated in each moment, builds a sense of inner calm that radiates outward. Lack of gratitude is another subtle but impactful habit that can age us faster. When we overlook the positive aspects of life, we create an outlook that's focused on dissatisfaction and yearning. This mentality can lead to stress and a lack of fulfillment, draining our energy. The Stoics emphasized the importance of gratitude, finding joy in simple things and appreciating what we have. Practicing gratitude cultivates a sense of abundance and contentment, nurturing both the mind and body. This approach helps us maintain a youthful spirit, one that is light and resilient, regardless of age. By consciously identifying and releasing these habits, we make choices that honor our well-being, creating a life rooted in vitality and resilience. Each choice reflects a commitment to self-care and longevity, a dedication to preserving both the mind and body in ways that go beyond mere appearance. Through mindful actions aligned with Stoic wisdom, we cultivate a life that ages gracefully, sustained by purpose, presence, and peace. Moving from the habits that quietly drain our vitality, we now turn to the missteps that often go unnoticed but carry significant weight as we grow older. Each choice we make, especially in our later years, has the power to either uplift or quietly erode our sense of fulfillment and peace. These mistakes may seem small, yet they accumulate, often leading to regrets or missed opportunities. Stoicism offers valuable guidance on avoiding these common pitfalls, teaching us how to live intentionally and purposefully at every stage of life. By recognizing and steering clear of these missteps, we can cultivate a life rooted in wisdom and enriched with resilience, ensuring that each phase is marked by clarity, contentment, and inner strength. One of the most common mistakes is clinging to the past. Dwelling on memories or regrets from earlier years can prevent us from fully embracing the present and moving forward. Stoic philosophy reminds us that the past cannot be altered, yet it can teach us invaluable lessons. Holding on to what was once familiar only delays growth and blocks the path to new experiences. By releasing these attachments, we free ourselves to live each day as it unfolds, embracing the wisdom gained while allowing space for fresh beginnings. This shift in perspective allows us to focus on what is rather than what was, creating a sense of peace that fosters fulfillment. Another mistake is underestimating the power of physical health. Aging doesn't mean we must abandon our care for the body. In fact, nurturing physical wellness becomes even more essential. Neglecting exercise, nutrition, or rest can lead to avoidable health issues that diminish our quality of life. Stoicism encourages us to treat the body as a valued companion, one that enables us to navigate life's experiences fully. Regular movement, balanced meals, and sufficient rest become acts of respect toward ourselves, reinforcing a strong foundation of vitality. By maintaining physical health, we honor our journey, ensuring we have the strength to engage with the world. Resisting change is another common misstep. Life, by nature, is fluid, and resisting its inevitable shifts can create unnecessary frustration and discontent. Stoic wisdom teaches acceptance, guiding us to embrace change as a constant companion. When we approach change with openness, we allow ourselves to adapt, to grow, and to find new meaning in unexpected places. Resisting change only creates a battle against the natural flow of life, whereas embracing it nurtures resilience. By accepting change, we maintain a flexible mindset, one that sees opportunity rather than threat in the unknown. Neglecting relationships is a mistake that can lead to isolation and loneliness. As we age, meaningful connections become invaluable, providing companionship, understanding, and a sense of belonging. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of community, teaching that we thrive when we engage in mutually supportive relationships. Taking the time to nurture friendships and family bonds enriches our lives, reminding us that connection is a source of strength. By valuing and investing in relationships, we create a support system that sustains us through challenges and joys, fostering a life filled with warmth and understanding. One of the most silent mistakes is holding on to grudges. Carrying unresolved bitterness or anger drains energy and darkens our perspective. Stoicism advocates for forgiveness, not as a favor to others, but as a gift to ourselves. Letting go of grudges allows us to experience a lightness of spirit, freeing us from the weight of resentment. This release opens up space for positivity and peace, enhancing both our inner and outer life. By practicing forgiveness, we choose harmony over discord, a choice that becomes a cornerstone for lasting contentment and emotional freedom. Ignoring mental health is another significant error. Mental well-being is as vital as physical health, yet it's often overlooked or minimized. Failing to address stress, anxiety, or emotional struggles only compounds over time, impacting our overall quality of life. Stoic practices like mindfulness, reflection, and purposeful action offer powerful tools to support mental health. taking time for self-reflection, engaging in activities that bring joy, and seeking support when needed are essential. By nurturing our minds, we create a foundation of clarity and resilience, one that allows us to face challenges with a balanced, steady perspective. Another mistake is letting fear dictate decisions. Fear of change, failure, or the unknown can prevent us from pursuing fulfilling paths, leaving us with regrets of what might have been. Stoicism teaches courage, not through the absence of fear, but by acting despite it. When we acknowledge our fears without letting them control us, we open ourselves to new possibilities. By choosing action over hesitation, we grow in confidence and adaptability, learning that each step forward strengthens our resolve. Letting go of fear as a decision-maker frees us to live fully, embracing life's adventures without hesitation. Failing to prioritize learning and growth is a misstep that stifles potential. Growth isn't confined to youth. It's a lifelong journey that enriches each stage of life. Stoicism encourages us to remain curious, to seek knowledge, and to embrace self-improvement. Engaging in learning, whether through reading, exploring new skills, or expanding our perspectives, nurtures a sense of vitality and purpose. This commitment to growth reminds us that age is not a limitation, but an opportunity to deepen wisdom and understanding, ensuring that life remains vibrant and fulfilling. Neglecting gratitude is another subtle but impactful mistake. Focusing on what's lacking rather than appreciating what we have creates a mindset of scarcity. Stoicism teaches us to find contentment in the present moment, to value the simple joys that enrich our days. Gratitude shifts our focus from deficiency to abundance, nurturing a spirit of fulfillment. By regularly practicing gratitude, we cultivate an outlook that sees beauty in the ordinary, fostering a sense of peace and joy that defies age. This appreciation for life's small gifts sustains our spirit, allowing us to experience each day with wonder and contentment. An often overlooked mistake is neglecting purpose. Purpose is the compass that guides us, giving meaning to our actions and decisions. As we grow older, the nature of purpose may shift, yet its importance remains. Stoicism encourages us to pursue purpose, whether through work, family, hobbies, or community involvement. Purpose brings clarity and motivation, helping us approach life with enthusiasm and direction. By aligning our actions with our values, we create a sense of fulfillment that enriches each day. Living with purpose ensures that our time is meaningful, transforming each moment into an opportunity for contribution and connection. Ignoring self-compassion is a mistake that creates a harsh, unforgiving mindset. As we reflect on our lives, we may feel regret or self-criticism, but Stoicism teaches us to approach ourselves with understanding. Self-compassion is not self-indulgence, it's an acknowledgement of our humanity. By treating ourselves with kindness, especially in moments of perceived failure, we create a foundation of inner peace. Self-compassion allows us to learn from experiences without dwelling on them, creating a mindset that supports resilience. This approach transforms mistakes into lessons, fostering a journey that is not only wise, but also gentle. Avoiding these mistakes brings us closer to a life defined by strength, joy, and wisdom. Each choice reflects a commitment to honoring ourselves, our relationships, and the experiences that shape us. By embracing these lessons, we create a life marked by intentionality and fulfillment, a life that reflects the Stoic pursuit of peace, purpose, and clarity at every stage. As we journeyed through the Stoic path to true self-mastery, we've explored strategies that empower us to lead with quiet strength, maintain peace in the face of conflict, and embrace resilience in an unpredictable world. From the discipline of setting boundaries to the wisdom of letting go, Each Stoic practice strengthens our ability to live with intention and purpose. True control over our lives begins within, by mastering our reactions, nurturing inner calm, and focusing on growth over validation. Stoicism teaches that while we may not control everything around us, we have immense power over how we respond, how we grow, and how we shape our lives. In the end, this journey is about more than just personal control. It's about building a life grounded in clarity, courage, and inner peace. If this video resonated with you, share your insights in the comments. Let us know which Stoic principle has impacted you the most, or what you're inspired to try. And if you're on a journey to mastery, subscribe to join us as we explore more wisdom to elevate every aspect of your life.